Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to the United States Capitol and welcome to everyone online to the Bipartisan Policy Center's Permitting Summit 2026, Building America's Energy Infrastructure. Glad everyone was able to brave the cold and the ice on the sidewalks still to discuss how we can address one of the most pressing issues facing our nation today, how we can improve our ability to build the energy infrastructure our nation needs. Before we get started, a few housekeeping items. Food and drink are not allowed here in the auditorium, but only in the atrium. Please feel free to enter and exit the auditorium as you need to during our program for refreshments and the restrooms right outside. And if you have any questions, please ask anyone with a BPC badge or visit the registration table right outside. We're going to do everything possible to stay on time today, so please return to the auditorium promptly after our breaks. A few brief words about the Bipartisan Policy Center. At BPC, we believe progress happens when leaders put problem solving ahead of partisanship. We recognize that durable bipartisan policy and permitting reform don't just happen overnight. You know, I'm reminded of the motto of the U.S. Navy's Seabees, and this is inscribed on their monument right near the entrance to Arlington Cemetery. The difficult we do at once, the impossible takes a little longer. We need to follow that example. It takes time, trust, and a willingness to listen to get permitting reform done, but it can be done, and we believe must be done. At BPC and with our partners and colleagues in Washington and around the country, we've spent years helping lay the foundation for permit reform, building relationships, educating policymakers and the public, and creating the momentum we need to find common ground. Together with our partners and supporters, we turn ideas into action and help make measurable progress on the issues that matter most to Americans. And now on to our topic for today. Our nation is burdened by an overly bureaucratic permitting system. Permitting energy infrastructure, actually permitting pretty much anything in the United States today, takes too long, it costs too much, and has too much uncertainty. As a result, families pay more than they should for energy, our country is less secure, and our environment is less clean. We don't have to accept that situation. We can do something about it. BPC's energy program has been focused on permitting reform as one of the best ways to ensure Americans have supplies of reliable, affordable, and clean energy, and ensuring the continued growth of our economy and the security of our country. America's energy system is facing any number of challenges today, and I know you know them. We've got rising demand, we've got aging infrastructure, and we've got intensifying competition from overseas. We can meet those challenges, but we have to make decisions and we have to act, and now is the time to do that. This urgent need is why BPC decided to hold this summit, and it's why we're all here today. We have an exciting lineup of speakers, and glad that you all are here to hear them. We'll be joined by members of Congress, administration officials, members of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, and representatives from environmental and energy organizations. We're confident today's discussions will help advance the practical policy solutions to the difficult problems we all need to face and that we all need to address in order to get permitting reform done. And we need to do that in the interests of all Americans. Before we get to our speakers, I do want to take a moment to thank the sponsors who have made our event today possible. We're grateful for our strong partnership at the Bipartisan Policy Center with our program sponsors, Arnold Ventures, the Business Roundtable, and the Clean Energy Buyers Association. We're also grateful that the American Council on Renewable Energy is generously sponsoring our event reception later this afternoon, which we hope all of you will stay for. And we greatly appreciate the financial support from Ceres, ClearPath, the Information Technology Industry Council, the Interstate Natural Gas Association of America, and the Large Public Power Council. Our sponsors' support have made today's event possible. And now I have the great pleasure of introducing Emily Domenech, Executive Director of the Federal Permitting Improvement Steering Council. Emily is the first ever Executive Director of the Council and handles an almost $75 billion portfolio of projects across 19 sectors. Emily has a vast wealth of experience in energy policy As a senior policy advisor to two speakers of the House, Kevin McCarthy and Mike Johnson, she led permitting and energy policy for House Republicans and is a lead negotiator for the House on NEPA reform. It's a privilege and a pleasure, Emily, to have you join with us today and in kicking off our BPC Permitting Summit. Please join me in welcoming Emily Domenech to the stage.
Well, thank you, everyone, and thank you again to BPC and the team here for inviting me to speak this morning or this afternoon at what I hope will be a productive conversation on permitting reform, an issue that many of you know is near and dear to my heart. As someone who has worked on this issue for longer than I'd like to admit, I'm really grateful to see agreement across the aisle on the need for action on this issue. After years of hearing that permitting is a Republican stakeholder issue, I'm happy to welcome you all to the party. Today we can all agree that American economic and national security is dependent on our ability to build major infrastructure, to develop our abundant natural resources, and to ensure that the next generation of innovative technologies are developed, powered, and manufactured here at home. We will never compete with China and remain the world leader if it takes us 29 years to develop our critical minerals, decades to license nuclear reactors, and years of endless litigation to build the pipelines and transmission lines that are required for our modern economy. But despite all of America's potential that I think we all can agree on, the last administration seemed to go to war against the mining and energy production that was critical for this kind of global leadership, and frankly, against anyone who wanted to build big things in America. I'm fortunate to serve a president with a clear vision for achieving energy dominance and driving investment in the infrastructure that's critical to our economic growth. And truthfully, things could not be more different under President Trump's leadership on this issue. We have a clear mandate from the White House to ensure that critical infrastructure gets built and gets built during this term. I don't need to tell you that this administration is using every tool in the toolbox, from updating outdated regs to utilizing nationwide permits and categorical exclusions where they're appropriate, to empowering the Permitting Council, where I serve, to move permits faster and get more infrastructure built. As a longtime congressional staffer, I would love to see Congress act on legislative permitting reform, building on the reforms that we were able to achieve in the Fiscal Responsibility Act. But as an appointee in this administration, I know we can't afford to wait. The Permitting Council plays a critical role in moving projects forward today, and I'm excited to be a part of that process. We've been told for way too long that going faster means sacrificing our environment, but the data shows that this just isn't true. And thank you again to the many groups in this room who have helped to contribute to that data and help us change people's minds on this issue. But the Permitting Council's track record really reflects on this. We don't cut corners, we don't skip steps. But we consistently finish our projects faster and with less of a risk of litigation. We can continue to uphold these best-in-the-world environmental standards and the best-in-the-world environmental review process as Congress intended it, without wasting billions of dollars or letting projects die on the vine. So where does the Permitting Council fit in this new vision of energy dominance and infrastructure, the infrastructure agenda coming out of the White House? As an agency that was established by Congress in 2015, we really truly function as a tool of the executive. So we respond in these 4-year cycles. If you've got a president in the White House who cares about getting things built, we're a pretty powerful agency, and we are a strong tool in getting projects to the finish line. If the chief executive is more interested in issuing regulations or adding requirements, then the Permitting Council is pretty sleepy, and unfortunately that was the case in the last administration. And that's because our job is really to serve as a project manager for these large, complex infrastructure projects, advancing the president's priority sectors and keeping agencies with different priorities and statutes and regulations all on the same page to get permitting done effectively. From managing the federal permitting dashboard that brings transparency to this otherwise opaque process, to convening senior officials across the federal government to solve big challenges, the council helps get projects built. We coordinate between lead agencies, cooperating agencies, and relevant stakeholders to set a permitting timetable for every project that's under our purview, taking out what I like to refer back to the old Donald Rumsfeld unknown unknowns out of the permitting process. Our statute's really clear. If a project meets the requirements requirements for Fast 41, then we have 60 days to get those agencies together and to develop that permitting timetable with the project sponsor. It includes and identifies targets for every step of the way, ensuring that a project has the holistic and predictable permitting process from start to finish. And then I think, frankly, the money here is that our team that's made up of these experienced permitting professionals are with that project every step of the way, keeping agencies accountable and developers accountable for meeting those timetables. This might seem like a really simple solution that isn't going to solve all of our permitting problems, but frankly, there's no reason our environmental review process needs to be so opaque or frankly, to happen in sequence, one slow step after another. The structure of the council breaks that cycle, saving time and resources as we are more efficient and doing more work in parallel. It also helps us to reach down to the lowest levels of the bureaucracy, to have folks in the field with permitting experience, all the way up to the deputy secretaries who make up our council. Allowing us to deal with the kind of bureaucratic delays that slow down the process over and over and over again. So what does that success look like in the Trump administration? It means getting shovels in dirt, getting projects built. We're not just trying to get permits, we're trying to make sure that we can build projects that change things for everyday Americans before the end of this administration. Since President Trump took office last January, we've more than doubled the number of projects on the federal permitting dashboard, listing 66 projects and, more importantly, completing permitting on 13 of those projects. And this is only the beginning of an effort to really radically change the expectations for large projects navigating federal permitting. We're prioritizing key sectors in our agenda, which is emphasizing mining and manufacturing and reliable energy and the pipelines and transmission lines that we need to ensure data centers can be built across the country. With the president's executive order on mining last year, we really became a critical part of the mining supply chain, leaning all the way in overnight and growing our portfolio from 1 project to 53 in less than a year. We're growing our pipeline sector, setting records for completing timetables for the necessary reviews for our project. All of the FERC-led pipelines on the Fast 41 dashboard are expected to get their certificate of public necessity from FERC within a year, a full year faster than the average before we started this process. We listed our first critical mineral manufacturing project last year and will be an instrumental part of growing the supply chain for energy, national security, and agriculture by right-shoring that work and bringing some of that manufacturing back home to the United States. And our agency is going to play a really critical role in helping to corral the many agencies involved in advancing data centers across the country, serving as a coordinator between getting all of the infrastructure on the same page, the energy, the transmission, the roads, the water that goes into supporting these projects. By grouping federal reviews for all of the pieces necessary to make a data center successful, we can ensure that the necessary pieces of this project come online at the same time. Again, taking away uncertainty for our developers who are trying to bring data centers online here in the United States. We're also using tools that were established by Congress in our original statute but never utilized, like our transparency dashboard, where we've listed over 40 mining projects. And as executive director, I've leveraged our ability to enter into agreements with states and regional compacts for the first time. We signed our first agreement with Alaska last year and intend to sign many more in 2026 with the intention of bringing state permitting in line with federal permitting. There is no reason we can't do our work simultaneously and save time for project developers. This year, we're also partnering with CEQ to execute on the President's Technology Action Plan, which is designed around bringing AI and technology into our permitting process to make it more efficient from top to bottom. This is just another way that we're looking to do this work and to fix this broken permitting system by empowering our developers to have more data and more resources up front so they can make wise choices to protect the environment and responsibly develop these resources. The Permitting Council is really just one part of the Trump administration team that is dedicated to getting things built in America. We don't set policy, we execute on it. And I'm really grateful to work hand in hand with the team in the White House, partnering with the NEDC, CEQ, OMB, OSTP, and the National Security Council to ensure critical infrastructure projects don't fall through the cracks. This administration is making good on its goals to transform the efficiency of permitting, and I truly believe that our work is going to lead to the most robust expansion of energy and critical infrastructure projects in this country's history. So on to the topic at hand. Even with all this progress, changing the culture at agencies, coordinating across the government, making the federal bureaucracy work hand in hand with developers, Congress can still play an important role in permitting reform. The vast majority of our environmental laws are older than most of the people in this room, myself included. And I firmly believe Congress never intended for them to be weaponized for endless litigation. We made a really good first step with the Fiscal Responsibility Act, but we all know there's more work we need to do to modernize our environmental laws. Not just NEPA, but the Endangered Species Act, the National Historic Preservation Act, and the Clean Water Act, and more. I want to commend the members of the House and the Senate who have worked tirelessly on this issue, particularly Chairman Westerman, who managed to get a bipartisan NEPA bill through the House against quite a few odds. I'm very impressed by my former colleagues, and I believe they have the ability to bring that bill to the finish line. That bill focuses on what I believe are the most critical issue that cannot be addressed by the administration alone, limiting judicial review. Let me be really clear. We will not beat China if we continue to allow out-of-town activists to airdrop in, pursue frivolous litigation, and kill critical projects by endlessly dragging out the process. I'll also add that as much as I want to see permitting reformed at an institutional level, even if every bill that's been introduced this Congress was signed into law, we'd probably still need the Permitting Council. The role we play, coordinating across agencies and supporting project sponsors, is invaluable for these large, complex projects, and it keeps agencies and developers accountable to follow the law. I believe we're at a critical moment in federal permitting reform where the legislative, judicial, and executive branches are really leaning into this idea that we need to move faster and work smarter in order to get things built. That doesn't mean sacrificing responsible stewardship of the environment, engagement with our impacted communities, or consideration of all the trade-offs that go into developing our resources. But it does mean changing the culture of permitting so that instead of wait forever, developers can know that with certainty what is required to comply with the law and successfully move forward with their project. And it means updating the laws to reflect today's challenges. I'm confident that everyone in this room has a desire to responsibly develop our resources, protect the environment, and ensure that American prosperity can continue for years to come. I'm grateful to be a part of the team trying to solve permitting for developers across the country, and really grateful for the opportunity to speak with you guys here today, and looking forward to a great event with the rest of the team. So thank you all so much for the time, and really thank you to BPC for inviting me to be here today.
All right, off to a good start. So we are here to talk about the SPEED Act. And we've got two wonderful members of Congress who are championing the SPEED Act. Closest to me here, we've got Congressman Jared Golden from Maine. Farther away, we've got the chairman of the House Natural Resources Committee, Bruce Westerman from Arkansas. And every time I hear about the SPEED Act, I can't help but think about Top Gun. I feel the need for speed. I haven't figured out which one of you is Maverick and which one of you is Goose. I don't know if you guys have opinions on that.
Bruce runs with Goose, and I think Jared's more of a Maverick, so he's better looking too. So,
all right. So we got a couple of fighter pilots up here, ready to go to war to improve our permitting system. Let's start with NEPA. Bedrock environmental law, kind of the core umbrella law for permitting. There's some people who say that any reforms to NEPA would remove important protections for the environment in local communities. And there's a balancing act, right? Like you could study a project for 273 years and be really sure about exactly what the effects are going to be, but you don't get the benefits of the project. Or you could study it for 0 time, right? And it's riskier. Something in the middle is probably right? So is it accurate? Is it accurate that reforms to NEPA are really going to end up with worse environmental outcomes? What do you think would be the difference between environmental outcomes between now and if the SPEED Act were to pass? Congressman Golden, maybe you first.
I was going to make Bruce go first, but
Yeah, but you're a Maverick.
yeah, sure. I'll be the Maverick here. Look, I understand people's concerns. I guess just to keep it at a high level, we're not eliminating NEPA with this legislation. It's a reform. Also, NEPA came before some landmark environmental protection laws like the Clean Air, Clean Water Act. Those aren't going anywhere. Even beyond the federal level, like I know in Maine, we have a higher water standard than the federal, and states, have those choices and those protections will remain. So, we're really trying to reform the process behind NEPA. It's, I think, more procedural reforms rather than gutting it. So I expect that there will hardly be much negative impact at all, other than that, as the previous speaker was just saying, we have to look at the trade-offs of every decision and try and strike the right balance.
Mr. Chairman?
So I would turn that completely upside down and say it's the exact opposite premise. If we continue in these permitting delays, we're actually doing more harm to the environment than if we streamline the permitting process so that we can do things here that are proactive. If you look at environmental stewardship, the best examples are from innovation and applying new technology. And if we can't apply new technology, if we can't be innovative, if we drive innovators to some other place in the world to do their work, then we're missing out on that opportunity to continue being the best stewards of our environment. There seems to be this idea that economic prosperity and environmental stewardship are mutually exclusive, but I would say they're dependent upon each other. Go to the most economically depressed places in the world and look at the environmental stewardship there. There's no better example than probably forestry. We can't manage our forest in this country anymore because of the morass from the environmental permitting. We see forests go up in flames. This affects the watershed. You get runoff into streams. So we get poor air quality, poor water quality, and we're destroying wildlife habitat because we can't get out of our way on the environmental permitting. You can say that about just about any energy technology. If you allow people to innovate and take methane emissions, for example. If you're producing natural gas, you don't want it escaping out of the pipe. So if you've got incentive to stop those emissions with innovation and technology, you can make that happen like we're seeing it happen in places. So I think that's a very weak argument that streamlining permitting somehow undermines bedrock environmental laws. I think it strengthens our environmental stewardship.
Yeah, just to continue on that, I thought some of the strongest testimony in the hearing on this legislation came from the solar industry, where they were pointing out that they've been the top target of litigation against the deployment of that source of energy. And they were some of the strongest supporters of what we're trying to do with the SPEED Act.
Well, let's get right into that topic, because your SPEED Act has two major sections, right? There's one section that's really reforms to the NEPA statute, and the other section that's about the judicial review process. And just so everyone's clear, that's not suing projects that have done something wrong. That's suing the government over the permit through NEPA. So why has that been a big focus of your bill? Why do you have a whole section on trying to improve that judicial review process?
I'll take this one first. Well, that's where the problem is. The problem is it takes too long to get a permit, so we want to streamline the permitting process on the front end. We did some work on this in the budget caps deal, where we set page limits and time frames for getting a permit through the process, whether it's in a full bore environmental impact statement, or if we're just doing an environmental assessment. So we need to cut that average time of 4.5 years down. But also, when you look at across some segments of the economy, it's more like 20 or 30 years if you're talking about mining. And mining is at a very critical point in our country. So we need to decrease the time on the front end, but we also have to protect projects. And to me, this is where certainty comes in. You go through all of this work to get a permit, spend a lot of money and a lot of time, you get your permit, you go out and start building your project, and then somebody comes along and sues you, and they've got a 6-year time frame right now to sue on that project. And there's example after example of projects just getting totally stopped and investors losing literally billions of dollars because somebody sued in an Article III court and got an injunction. So we tried to fix that in the SPEED Act, and that was the way the bill was structured because those are the two main problems. There's a lot of things that go along with that, but to me, those are the two biggest issues.
I think the clearest thing to say about that is, some folks out there have said that we're taking away the right of people to pursue, a lawsuit. And we're not doing that. We're setting timelines around that. We're setting some parameters over who might have standing. And, I think just to be simple about it, in order to have standing, you'd have to have engaged in the process, from early on in the commenting period, rather than showing up in the 11th hour.
So the two major parts of the bill, NEPA reforms, judicial review, those are pretty key parts of what I think most people think of as elements that are going to constitute a comprehensive bipartisan permitting deal. But it's not everything, right? There are other reforms that people are looking at: Clean Water Act reforms, transmission reforms, things for geothermal, this whole category of project certainty, which is touched on somewhat in the SPEED Act, but there are other elements of project certainty that people want added. I know part of the reason why your bill is focused on just NEPA and judicial review is committee jurisdiction, right? So some of the other topics are in other committees. Can you just talk about what's the path forward? How do we get all the different committees, both sides of Congress, House and Senate, all on the same page to get a deal that includes all the elements that we need for it all to gel?
I think it's fair to say that Senate Democrats have the opportunity to say that their first big ask is we got to do something on transmission. That's been a Dem party priority for a number of years now. Obviously, we didn't have any jurisdiction there. So, I'm hoping to see someone will carry that forward on that particular issue in the Senate and find a way. I would think it would be most simple to marry them together somehow in a bill, but I'm not a senator, so. You talked a little bit about aspects of project or permit certainty. Bruce worked with us on an amendment in the committee process where we were able to say that prospectively, looking forward, there would be certainty. Once a permit's been issued, it can't just be revoked through executive action. I think that's a pretty good change. There was some amendments there on the House floor, which, didn't change it significantly. I think the bill as drafted had said that the prospective protections would start on January 1 of this year, and now it would not kick in until the bill were signed into law. So not a huge loss there, although, perhaps the Senate will, take a look at whether or not they like the base bill. I'll kick it over to Bruce because I'm sure there's other elements that you'd like to see or that you think Senate Republicans would, or maybe I'm missing some that Dems want too. But
No, and you touched on a lot of great points there, Jared, just like you've been a great partner in getting this bill through the House. We couldn't have got this bill through the House without Jared's work on it and having a reasonable, open mind and looking at these policies objectively, and we tried to reciprocate with that. But if you think about the one thing that affects everything is NEPA, whether it's transmission, electrical transmission or pipelines, whether it's mining, oil and gas extraction, wind and solar, public infrastructure, roads, bridges, airports, railroad, all of that, everything gets impacted by NEPA. So even though there's nothing specific in the bill, and we intentionally made it that way, we wanted to make NEPA a process that worked for everyone coming to the table trying to get a permit. I like to use the illustration of Lady Liberty with the blindfold on, holding the balance scales. We want the scales to be in balance and everybody to have a fair shot at the permitting process. There are other things that people think of when they think of permitting reform that get more specific and are project and industry specific. It may take including some of those things in the Senate to actually get a comprehensive bill out, but I hope they keep the basic framework of the NEPA permitting reform in place because that applies to everyone. Our committee actually has jurisdiction over some other permitting areas. We've got the Endangered Species Act, we've got the Marine Mammal Protection Act, we've got the Historic Preservation Act. All of those things we have jurisdiction over that we could have put into the bill, but we thought it was best because, again, NEPA reform is the key component to getting the most broad permitting of reform across the country. We could see snippets of EPA and MMPA and Historic Preservation Act in some kind of final deal coming out of the Senate, which I'm obviously open to that. I just want to see the Senate act sooner than later, which I think was back to your questions, and was how do we do that? And my advice to you is spend as little time in this meeting here and more time over in the Senate visiting with our Senate colleagues. We had a coalition, I guess we still have a coalition, I believe we're over 400 individual groups from all 50 states. And sitting in here and talking about it is fun, but the rubber meets the road in going out and talking to these senators and telling them how important it is to you, how important it is to your business, how important it is to your state, how important it is to the economy where you're at. And we have to keep the drum beating because we are in an election year, and I don't know what the time frame is, but the time frame gets shorter every day. And you all know how fast the Senate typically moves. That's not very fast. So all the, I tell groups, the odds of getting permitting reform done in this Congress depends on how badly you want to see permitting reform get done. Because I promise you, Jared and I are doing every single thing in our power to make it happen. But we need groups like you and everybody else that's supportive of permitting reform to get involved and have your voices heard.
I think another difficulty that could come up, a lot of Democrats in the House and I'm sure in the Senate wanted the certainty provision to be retroactive. And, obviously top of mind for many of them is some of the wind projects that have had permits revoked in the last year. And, there was a big push to get that, but we saw in the committee markup that the obvious rebuttal from the Republicans is like, well, how far do you want to go retroactive? Like, let's talk about, I don't know, like
Keystone Pipeline.
Keystone Pipeline. Like, it just doesn't seem like we're going to find a deal that's going to go in that direction. But we really got to look forward to the future, so we're not dealing with this. And I've tried to say to Democrats who I understand where they're coming from, particularly those with projects in their states that are most affected. That's playing out in the courts so far, pretty much to their favor. I know it's not, it's still an open question in some instances, but I don't think that this is the place that we would be able to settle it without taking the whole thing down. And to everyone involved, whether it's the White House to the entire Congress, or the people out there who want to see some kind of permitting reform done, is you just can't isolate anything, either leaving it unprotected while everything else is getting good new reforms, or prioritizing one over the other. Like everyone has always said, it's got to be energy neutral, energy source neutral, technology neutral, and that's what this bill is. So,
and I think we all want certainty. If you're an investor, if you're a company that's trying to do business, certainty is the thing that you want. That's not a Republican idea or a Democrat idea. It's a good business idea. And again, Jared mentioned this earlier, the day the bill's passed, you get the certainty. The date it goes into effect. So that's, to me, more impetus to get the Senate to move it and get it to President Trump's desk.
So I'm going to ask each of you this question, and this is a question we're going to ask all the speakers today. Can we get a bipartisan comprehensive permitting bill done this year?
Yes,
yeah, I think so.
we have
I
to.
mean, it's not just like a statement of faith.
Yeah.
The White House is obviously got some things they want done and think they can't do without Congress. You know, I've heard or read, you know, statements from people like, you know, Senate Majority Leader Thune that he wants to try and move forward on something here. I think it's a priority in the House, so, you know, the will is there. It's just got to plug away.
Churchill said Americans always do the right thing after they've exhausted all of their options. We're getting close to that point. We've exhausted a lot of options. We're a little bit behind the 8 ball when you look at the demands for energy, the demands for infrastructure and mining and everything else. We don't have a lot of time left to toy around with this. It's imperative that we get it done, and I think it's imperative that people understand how important permitting reform is. And that's our job and your job and everybody that cares about permitting and building and taking care of our environment to spread that message.
Yeah, and I just think I'm hopeful that people are tired of, you know, what we've heard many times. I'm into my 8th year here, so you know, still pretty young by congressional standards, but I've heard so many times, like, let's hold out for a better political environment for our party. You know, and I think that's been true on both sides at time. And you know, I'm not offering super predictions here, but you can guess if you think the House is going to flip, or, you know, what's the Senate going to look like. I'm not sure that, you know, punting this issue into you know, in advance of the next presidential election really makes sense. Like, now feels like a pretty good time to make a move on it.
I'll go back to my forestry roots. You know, they say the best time to have planted a tree is 20 years ago. The best time to have done permitting reform was 20 years ago. The next best time is today, and that's when we need to do permitting reform. The more we wait, the more behind we get.
And just to drive home, I think the point I was trying to make there is, I can foresee if we don't get this done, you know, I won't be in Congress. I'm not running for re-election, but I can foresee, like, this becoming a 2029 discussion, which I don't know, like, who wants to wait another 3 years?
I don't want to wait another 3 years. This has been wonderful. Thank you so much. Our next panel, I'm going to introduce the moderator, Jane Flagel. She's the executive director of Blue Horizons Foundation, and she's going to be leading a panel on the environmental case for permitting reform. Congressman Golden, Chairman Westerman, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining today. I have the privilege of introducing an illustrious panel of environmental champions. Immediately to my left, my right, if you're looking at me, is Fred Krupp, the president of the Environmental Defense Fund. We also have Colin O'Mara, who leads the National Wildlife Federation, and Cameron Onley, who is the director of U.S. Government Relations at the Nature Conservancy. So thank you all for joining me here today. For my first question, you know, conversations about permitting reform have this interesting way of becoming about strange bedfellows. And I think most folks assume that environmental groups and advocates would be sort of reflexively opposed to permitting reform. But those of you on stage have all been quite active in ways to improve the permitting processes to yield better environmental outcomes for some time now. So I would love to hear from each of you why that is. Maybe starting with you, Fred.
Well, thanks, Jane. Well, we think it's time to reform permitting because it just takes too damn long to build stuff. And unless we build stuff, we're not going to have the clean energy economy that we need. We need more transmission. We need more clean energy. Electricity demand is rising, not falling. And, you know, we have to get on with it. There are ways we can reform, and we need to reform, that fully protect communities and speed up the process. And that's what, you know, we're very committed to seeing happen.
That's great. Colin, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, similarly, as someone who's been both a regulator, I was the Secretary of Natural Resources for the great state of Delaware, and also kind of an applicant, kind of trying to do big restoration projects now with the National Wildlife Federation. I've seen kind of the good, the bad, and the ugly. And, whether it's building the clean energy future that Fred mentioned, whether it's just doing basic restoration and resilience projects. I mean, I have nightmare stories of trying to do, wetland projects where,
Save that for the next question.
Oh, no. But just nightmare stories, right? Where like 30% of the budget, right, is going to go to the project in 5 years or 10 years of delay. There are huge opportunities for us to make sure we're both, fair, fast, and final in our decision making.
I'll jump right in. You're going to hear a lot of the same themes, it sounds like. So thank you for the question, and thank you for allowing us to be here. So I can speak on behalf of the Nature Conservancy. We've been involved in these issues for quite some time. We've done large-scale ecosystem work for a long time. We're celebrating our 75th birthday this year, and what we've always led with is the data-driven practical solutions, and part of that data-driven comes from the work that we do across this country, working in all 50 states and now around the world, but in particular these states, we're talking about the US here. And it clearly shows that we need to move faster on our clean energy work, on our energy work directly, as well as large ecosystem restoration. So we can create that balance between the need to solve climate issues, energy issues in affordable, reliable ways, as well as balancing those impacts on the lands and waters, which all of us rely on, that drive the economy also. So it is time for us to work, and we've been working on this with this group and with others, and it is time to move forward.
Okay, this is where we ask Colin to really opine on some of his experiences dealing with the permitting regime. I, for one, tend to think about permitting reform as a potential barrier for sort of physical built infrastructure, but as you just indicated, it's often the case that permitting can have unintended consequences that can sort of tangle up efforts to do sort of large-scale ecosystem restoration projects and other kinds of projects that NWF prioritizes. So could you just explain to us how that is and how we might improve it?
Yeah, I mean, the same litigation risk that a lot of folks in this room have experienced, whether it's under NEPA or the Endangered Species Act or the Clean Water Act or other statutes, can also affect restoration projects. So if we're doing a big, forest restoration project, you can see litigation lasting decades, despite collaborative processes that went on for years, all kinds of sound science that's been well navigated. After Hurricane Sandy, it's just, I guess, dating myself a little bit now. But it was easier to replace culverts that failed, that were too small, with the same thing instead of building a bigger one, right? That would have actually solved the problem. One didn't require a lot of permitting. The other one would require like a full-blown EA or EIS. And so, in every one of those cases, the lack of efficiency just made communities less safe, made habitat less secure. It was bad for both wildlife and people. And so, even though a lot of the conversation, today has been around NEPA, and there's obviously efficiencies to be gained there. One of the things that I was spending a lot of time working with Chairman Capito and with Ranking Member Whitehouse and Chairman Westerman and Congressman Huffman, is the other statutes, right, that can create huge gains for conservation, but also create great certainty for all of you. And I'll just give one example in the Endangered Species Act. Right now, again, there's a huge debate that's been going on for 40 years around the ESA, but there's programs in there that give additional certainty for incidental take permits, or there's additional certainty for folks that are doing proactive work. So there's safe harbor provisions. Most of that hasn't been written in code ever. Most of it's just in regulations that end up getting overturned or kind of having different parts kind of ripped in the courts. And so having those kind of things in Section 6, there's huge opportunities around empowering states is another one. Section 7, making it more efficient. But again, making sure these things that would lead to better conservation outcomes and better wildlife populations, better recovery practices, and much more certainty, much less litigation, and de-risking the projects that we need to build for our national security and our economic future is a huge win-win, and something that's not partisan if we can just kind of get the momentum to get a package together.
That's great. Fred, I think given everything that's happening in the world today, in the permitting conversation, hear a lot about the need for interventions that guarantee more certainty in the permitting process. But one thing that I've certainly heard from folks on your team and in environmental organizations more generally is the opportunity this moment presents to advance transmission reforms. So I'm wondering if you might say a word about why transmission reforms are so important and why you think that ought to be a priority for a permitting deal.
Well, we don't need to go back too many days. The storm last week had the potential to cause tremendous disruption, but in the areas that had interconnected regions with transmission, power was able to be sent from one region to the other, minimizing the disruption. In the areas where transmission lines were inadequate, like the Northeast, power prices skyrocket and consumers are going to pay the price. So, that's a clear example, but we need reliability, we need affordability, and transmission is key to getting a lot of the clean resources, online, and solving those problems, keeping prices down. It's ironic that the other thing we need is certainty, of course, too, as you mentioned in asking the question. It's ironic in an administration which has called for energy dominance that the administration is restricting supply, leading to higher prices, just the law of supply and demand. So transmission and certainty for us are the prerequisites for having a deal on permit reform.
That's great. Cameron, TNC put out a report last Congress, I think, that made some really useful, I thought, recommendations about what a path forward on permitting might look like that benefits both the natural and built environments. I'm wondering if you might want to say something about some of the things you were most excited about in that report and how you see it moving forward.
Thank you. We've been working on this issue for quite some time, and we have folks out in the country on the ground working with businesses and communities with a recognition that we need to advance energy and have a mix of energy solutions and do this in an efficient and expedited way, as well as balancing those needs that they all care about in their communities as it relates to nature, clean water, clean air, forests. And so we put out this report with the hope that it would be pretty comprehensive to offer up a lot of solutions and policy ideas, but also kind of long-lasting. Like we love that, and evergreen that can live on for a little while. And one of the things when we were in there really thinking about and thinking through, what does good permitting look like? What is good permitting? Much like we do want it coupled with, a good transmission policies and otherwise. But good permitting is really about bringing in people early and often, the communities where these impacts happen, where these things are being built. We need to build them, we need to build them fast, and we need to make sure that the communities are involved. So it's really about having that community involvement early on, and then making it more efficient. Efficient is another way of saying fast, but the efficiency is really about making sure that we're not doing the reviews over and over and over again, so that we can move those forward and make it faster. And then the last, we mentioned predictability. It's making sure that the project folks, all of those involved have the predictability and the transparency of understanding what does the process look like, and as importantly, how do we get engaged? All three of those can help to reduce conflict in the end, which ultimately stalls the process. And so again, those are three of the big themes that are coming out of that report, and definitely can get you a copy of it. So thank you.
Go ahead.
If I could just jump in here, I think our experience shows, and our research, which is published on our website, shows that getting the communities involved early is so important, because then you can begin to negotiate, how does it make sense for this project to go forward in a way that's a win-win for all the stakeholders. In some cases, tribes have taken partial ownership of a transmission line. In other places, routes have been negotiated. But our research shows that the project proceeds faster when the community is involved early in an authentic way. And so I just wanted to second what you said, Cameron, because it's just so wise.
Yeah, I think there's this question of early upstream engagement and also fair limits on the extent to which the engagement continues, right? So at some point decisions do have to, community engagement into perpetuity is not a way to resolve conflicts, whether you're going to build a project or not build a project. I guess one question I have is, Fred, I think I was really taken with your response to the question about what brings EDF to the table on this stuff in general. I think one of the reasons people assume that environmental groups would have a sort of negative reflexive reaction to permitting reform or making permitting more efficient is because, in truth, many of these tools have been sort of the tip of the spear for efforts to stop bad things, to stop bad polluting things from happening. So this is a really tough question, I think, for all of us who care about the environment, but I'm curious, and this is not just for Fred, this is for the whole panel, how do you think and weigh trade-offs around blocking bad and building good? What has changed in the last decade or so that make you more bullish on enabling building kind of everything rather than, if anything? I'm just...
Jane, I'm old enough that we can go back even more than a decade. And when NEPA was passed, we didn't have cell phones. We didn't have artificial intelligence. The world has changed. So the need to protect communities is still there and is still legitimate. But surely, with all these new tools, there are ways to protect communities and process permits and make decisions in a confined time period, just as you said. And, you know, that is the experience that we've had. Is it doesn't have to be a trade-off. It can be, you know, protecting the environment and people and communities and having far speedier decisions that allow us to build things in good ways that are protective of our values.
Yeah, and I would just add to that, I mean, folks are seeing the blockage kind of across the board, right? And I'll use another ESA example. There was a great report put out a few weeks ago by a really smart report by Conserve America, kind of a conservative conservation group. And they looked at, you know, projects that had more than $500 million of CapEx, energy projects, looking at broad different kinds of projects. More than 2/3 of those projects face major litigation, and 40% of the ones that face ESA litigation actually were either canceled or terminated. Yet the species in those cases, none of which didn't accelerate the recovery of any of those species at all, and in almost every single case, the cost of recovering the species was less than 1% of the cost of the project. So instead of having a conversation about how do you know, and I'll use the Mountain Valley Pipeline as an example, not on the merits of the project, but there are two small species. One was the candy darter and the Roanoke log perch. Saving those two species was estimated to cost about $30 million, $30 million with an M. The project went from a $3.5 billion project when it was proposed in 2014 to a $9 billion project when Senator Manchin and Senator Capito put the judicial override in the bill a couple of years ago. All for species we could have saved. And so again, like our interests are aligned in that if we want to have better species recovery, we can do it in a way that also provides regulatory certainty. And there's a bill called the Recovering America's Wildlife Act that would fund the state agencies to do exactly that kind of work. There's these smart solutions that I think a lot of folks in our community have been seeing for years, that it doesn't have to be win-lose. It can be win-win if we do it together and we do it in a smart way.
I'll just double down on the win-win, but what has changed, and Fred, you mentioned that, is just the demand for energy. The meeting that demand for energy is not what we would have thought even 10 years ago. And so doing that, we really have to be thoughtful about the way we are, you know, the mix of energy that we're using. It requires a diversity of mix, as well as how to move this infrastructure onto our landscapes and waterscapes, and what does that look like for the country. And so that balancing, and that's what's really changed. But I think people and the data, the technologies, bringing that all to bear, because we can process information faster to make those faster decisions. But I'll go back to Fred, it's the early on engagement with communities that is really going to matter to moving this forward.
The other thing that's changed, in addition to the demand for energy, is that the prices of clean energy have come down 70, 80, 90%. And right now, with affordability being the issue that it is in America, for good reason, we have the wind at our back. If we can reform permitting, we can bring prices down, bring reliability up, do transmission at the same time in a way that gives consumers relief and makes America a healthier place to live.
Yeah, I think the Rhodium Group released a report. So much of the conversation about energy supply for growing demand is focused on the near-term build-out of data centers, but Rhodium released a report that, you know, something like half of the demand growth for electricity in the coming decades actually has nothing to do with data centers. It's about the electrification of other parts of the economy. So I think that just underscores the importance of being able to build more electricity supply and transmission as rapidly as possible. Okay, we're getting close to the end of our time, unfortunately, and I was told by Zan Fishman that everyone has an assignment, which is they all must tell me if we can do a permitting bill this Congress, this year. Who wants to start? Colin, you look excited.
Just my normal state. So I have a 2-year-old, so I don't sleep. So I'm just like kind of constantly trying to not go full narcoleptic. I absolutely do think we can get it done. I think the congressional politics are set up as well as they possibly could be. I think having Senator Capito and Senator Whitehouse negotiating those pieces is fantastic. I think Senator Lee has been really thoughtful on the transmission piece, and Heinrich's been a champion for a long time. I think, as you heard from Chairman Westerman, obviously great conversations there. And so that lines up really well. I think the variable is the administration. Because I do think that, as Fred said, we want to be in a position where energy dominance means everything. I think we're going to need all the sources. We want them as clean as possible, of course, from the National Wildlife Federation's point of view. And if we also believe our rhetoric that clean is cheaper, then we want to have a competition to let the market work and let the cleaner options get on the grid. But I think if we can provide that confidence that all technologies are going to benefit, whether that's through some smart legislation. There's a lot of ideas around certainty right now. There's an interesting bill drop today called the Freedom Act, which folks should check out. But making sure that there's that predictability so folks can get to the courts, get quick decisions like we saw in offshore wind. If that piece comes together, then I think we absolutely can get a deal done this year.
I'll just add that, yes, we think we can do this year, and the issue is too important not to move forward. That being said, the details always matter as you're looking at the pieces of legislation. When you're improving the process, there are a lot of opportunities out there we've already seen to improve on the process, to make it faster, as well as trying to balance those impacts. I think it's trying to keep the core purpose originally of some of that permitting, which is protecting the environmental values, protecting our communities, but then also recognizing that the world has shifted around us. We have new technologies, new way of processing these permits. So yes, we were excited, and like I said, the issue is too important to keep punting on it.
I sure hope so, because America needs permitting reform in order to become stronger and healthier. But I agree with what Colin said, which is that it depends on whether the administration is going to change its behavior and stop targeting clean energy that in today's world is actually the cheapest source around. I think that's the big variable.
Well, thank you so much. Please join me in thanking our panel for the discussion today. And I have the pleasure of introducing the moderator of the next panel, Jeremy Harrell of ClearPath.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jeremy Harrell, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of ClearPath. And at ClearPath, we see permit reform as our top priority in 2026. It's an immense opportunity for Congress to come together to modernize our grid, to ensure affordable energy in this moment of rising demand, to further American innovation, AI leadership, and manufacturing competitiveness, and to reduce emissions. And in my roughly 20 years in Washington, D.C., I don't think we've ever seen more agreement on both sides of the aisle that our system's broken and we need a more predictable system. And I'm very pleased here today to be joined by two of the most outspoken leaders on permit reform in the U.S. House of Representatives, Energy and Commerce members, Republican Gabe Evans from Colorado and Scott Peters from California. And we're going to dive right into this conversation because I know we've got a limited amount of time. And beyond your guys' roles at Energy and Commerce, you are the co-chairs of the Problem Solvers Caucus, a working group that is oriented around energy, environment, and permit reform. Can you guys tell us a little bit how that framework, which kind of previews where a deal could be, syncs up with some of the legislation we've been hearing about today and where we think a deal could go? And Congressman Evans, you want to start with us?
Sure, Jeremy, thanks so much. Scott, always good to do these events with you. And you mentioned the Problem Solvers Permitting Reform Package, which really speaks to a lot of different areas where we need this reform around transmission, around clean air, clean water, and recognizing that we have to protect our environment, but we also have to be able to build stuff here. And as I'm sure we'll get into it, we have to have informed decisions, but we can't paralyze the process, because if we're paralyzing the process through all of this regulatory burden, we're never going to be able to build things, and we're going to cede our global dominance to places around the world like China that not only do things with horrible human rights abuses, but they do things with a much higher carbon footprint and higher emissions than we do. And so that permitting reform framework, we released it as a framework because in the House there's 3 committees of jurisdiction in a lot of this permitting reform. In the Senate, you've got 2 more committees. So by releasing it as a framework, it gives the flexibility for lots of individual pieces of legislation across multiple committees and gives deference to those chairmen as we work this process across multiple committees and multiple different bills.
Congressman Peters, you've been trying to build the tent here around this, and some more.
I've been working at this since I look like that guy. So it's been a while. I was an environmental lawyer for 15 years before I went into public service, and it always struck me that there was a lot of process to get to an environmental result that could have been minimized and still got to the same result. And when I came here, I started getting involved on energy and commerce in these issues. And I think it really crystallized for me when I was very proud to be a Democrat who voted for the infrastructure bill, which was bipartisan, mostly Democrats, but also for the IRA, the biggest down payment in the history of the world on climate change, climate action. I was very proud of that, but I was just as embarrassed as a Democrat that how little we did. The best example was, I think, when we were called in front of the Energy and Commerce Committee by the Republicans, who appropriately wanted to point out that after we had set aside $43 billion for closing the digital divide and building rural broadband, but also connecting underserved urban areas, 3 years later, we hadn't built a single line, not one. So they had a hearing on it. And the Democratic witness very cheerfully explained that 20 states were just about through the 14-step process that we set out to get that done. And she wasn't embarrassed, but I was embarrassed. What I also saw was, if you looked at the work of Jesse Jenkins at Princeton, that we knew that unless we really built this stuff fast, we were going to lose a lot of the benefits of the environmental climate benefits of the IRA, particularly the grid. And so I really started paying attention to that, and that's how we got into this. The problem solvers, I think they want to solve problems. It's been a good group. Gabe's been a good partner. And I think we're really as far along on a pretty comprehensive deal around energy as we've been. And I'd be happy to tell you where I think the 5 components of that are. But it's something that's very close to us. It's got to be done really in the next 3 months for it to get done. And I think the stars are aligned if we're smart enough to do it.
Let's get into some of those specifics. And there's an issue that you have jointly been leading on is on this permit certainty topic. And we've heard a lot about it already today. We need a predictable system, not just for 2026, but for the decades to come to really seize the opportunity. And you guys have put forth this discussion draft, the Certain Act. Could you talk a little bit about some of the details on it and how you see it being an essential piece of the puzzle?
I think everyone across the energy industry is concerned about the way the Trump administration is treating some forms of energy. We've been told by the Republicans that the oil and gas people felt that way about Biden. I don't think it's anything like this, but it does provide a reason for us to come together and deal with certainty. The Certain Act would provide not just at the back end that you can't pull the permit from things that have been legally permitted, often under construction, sometimes in operation, which we've seen, but also that you have to move the process along. Right now, the Secretary of the Interior, Doug Burgum, is assigned with signing off on each of the 69 steps that it takes to put up a wind facility, which is clearly a way to kill it. I mean, even the notion I could go out and survey a site, Doug Burgum is supposed to sign off on that permit. And that's just not going to work. So I think I heard Fred Krupp on the way out saying, we've got to stop that. I think there's huge interest. The Certain Act that Gabe and I put out has got Republicans and Democrats on it in the House. We're trying to get I think we're close to getting a companion introduced in the Senate, and would deal with this problem as part of a larger effort to deal with permitting certainty, permit reforming.
Yeah, and we know that these big infrastructure projects often take years to get done. There's tens to hundreds of billions of dollars that are invested in these. And so we have to have certainty that spans across multiple administrations. I represent, my district is truly all of the above. I have a massive oil and gas presence, but 1 and 2 wind generators in the country are made in my district. I have some of the biggest solar projects in the country in my district, geothermal. We don't have nuclear anymore. We've got the spent fuel rods back when we did have nuclear generation. We've got one of the last all US sourced battery manufacturers in my district. And so making sure that we have that certainty for energy projects across different administrations is critical, again, because I saw the impact of that for my oil and gas folks. My church in the heart of oil and gas country went from 150 folks down to 50 folks under the previous administration. And so making sure that that doesn't happen to energy projects, as long as they're safe, affordable, and reliable, and we have that ability to be able to invest the amount of money and time and effort into these infrastructure projects that are going to take years to build out, we just have to have that certainty. And so that's a huge component of why Scott and I are working together to make sure that we get this across the finish line.
Jeremy, if I could add, we've got support for this framework from across the industry, from INGA, the oil and gas folks, API, American Petroleum Institute, all the clean energy producers, labor, who is just as tired of getting pulled off of Revolution Wind as they were getting pulled off the Keystone Pipeline, and environmental groups. So we invite your attention to it. We hope you'll talk to your senators and representatives about getting on it. It's foundational. And just one other thing, we talked about Revolution Wind getting pulled. I had a European investor come into my office, not the one who was running that one, but a comparable one, and a comparable investor. And they said that they view investing in American energy right now as if you're investing in Vietnam or Brazil. So think of what you lose from that kind of expectation, loss of confidence in the rule of law and regularity here in the United States. So certainty is something I think we should get behind, and hope you'll support us.
Yeah, I mean, predictability is the name of the game if we're going to be competitive, and I think you're seeing Republicans and Democrats on both the Senate and the House really underscoring that and wanting to take the politics out. I want to shift a little bit to the grid, because I think that's a really important piece of this puzzle as well, and start with you, Congressman Evans. You're a heavy energy producing district and state, as you mentioned, and you've been really a leader on energy and commerce, talking about grid modernization, on trying to fix interconnection related issues, and talk about transmission. What are you seeing on the ground, and what makes you convinced that the system is broken and we need to try something different?
Yeah, well, we know the system is broken, and we've seen it personally up close in my district. I'll give you a couple of examples. We've had 2 public safety power shutoffs, also known as the wind blew a little bit too hard, so we had to turn the grid off. Hundreds of thousands of folks without power, jobs and businesses losing thousands of dollars in revenue, every hour that the grid is off, because it's not reliable. It hasn't been hardened to the point to where it can withstand a simple wind event. And so being able to invest in modernizing the grid, hardening the grid, making sure that we're deploying modern technology on the grid so we can do something as simple as keep the lights on when the wind is blowing is critical for the whole country. But again, specifically for my district, where in the last 2 months we've had multiple different times where the grid has literally been turned off. So that's a crucial thing that we're seeing boots on the ground. Another challenge is we know that we just don't have the transmission. We mentioned AI a little bit earlier. I tell folks we have to be the global leader in AI because if we're not, that doesn't mean it goes away. It just means that the Chinese Communist Party becomes the global leader in AI. And so if you're nervous about AI, you need to be terrified of communist AI. We have to have the power on the grid. We have to have the interconnections. We have to have the transmission so that we can build and fuel these data centers. We have a data center going in near the northern end of my district. They actually do have the power. They just can't get it to their proposed site because they don't have the transmission. So making sure that we have that ability to transmit things and that we have the ability to actually build out the transmission in a way that's beneficial, not just for the big picture country as a whole, but that's also receptive to state and local communities' needs as well. And so by reducing a bunch of the excessive and duplicative regulations around how we manage and build more transmission at the federal level, that frees up these big projects to do a better job of interfacing with state and locals so that we don't have a situation like what's happening in eastern Colorado right now. We got a big Power Pathways project that's going in that's contemplating the use of a lot of eminent domain. And of course, that is making everybody in eastern Colorado just lose their minds. They're up in arms. So if we can alleviate those demands at the federal level, and folks can spend more time working with state and local partners to be able to get these things done in a mutually beneficial way, that's also going to be critical to solving the transmission problems that we're facing.
I mean, this rising demand moment has just radically changed the paradigm. We need to build more of everything, and grid infrastructure and transmission is going to be an essential piece of that. Congressman Peters, you've been beating this drum for a while and put out bipartisan legislative proposals on it.
The grid is old and small and dumb and vulnerable, and we all know we have to beef it up.
Tell us how you really feel.
Well, I'm just saying, I don't think we hurt its feelings. It's inanimate, but we don't have to start from scratch here because there's really good work in the can already from EPRA. Manchin Barrasso dealt with a lot of these issues. There's still some skepticism among Republicans on the Energy and Commerce Committee about the fairness of cost allocation. But look, folks, that's done within regions all the time, according to economic factors. We could take out all the politics, all the climate, all the woke, just assign costs. We could do that interregionally. It's not that hard, and a lot of the work's already been done. So that's part of our 5-part deal.
We heard a lot from Congressman Westerman earlier about the kind of limits of jurisdiction in the House and with the SPEED Act moving forward at the end of the year and the Permit Act on the Clean Water Act and pipeline side. You guys don't have those limitations at the Problem Solvers Caucus, and so I think it's why it's really interesting the framework kind of lays out these big buckets. Congressman Peters, you alluded to this a little bit earlier too. What do you see as these key pieces that could come together and be the bipartisan deal that we know our country needs?
So you need certainty, you need the transmission piece, you need the SPEED Act. I actually really have a lot of respect for Bruce Westerman. We worked together on some forest, for the Fix Our Forest Act and the Sequoias bill. He's extremely good legislator. He happens to be a Yale-educated forester, so he knows more about forestry than anybody in Congress. And he did really good work on the SPEED Act. He had put about half the Certain Act into the SPEED Act to get some Democratic votes, and the Freedom Caucus pulled it out really literally on the floor. He got 11 Democratic votes. I think he would have had upwards of 30 if that had not happened. And I got 30 people on a letter, 30 Democrats saying, Bruce, here's what we need to do to get more Democrats on there. So there's a lot of people in play. But that's a really good reform, and I think the NEPA is a big part of it. And then there's two other, just if I might, part of the framework, two other oil and gas things that I think are important. One is, this is important to Senator Capito, is relief from Section 401 of the Clean Water Act, which is what allows a governor to stop a pipeline from going underneath his or her state for reasons that some would call BS. But I'm a Democrat, so I support them. But the other side of that is we need to deal with methane regulation. So if you want more natural gas, I think we said to the industry, we need you to control methane, and we're very close to doing that. Obama put in rules, Trump repealed them. Biden put in rules, Trump's going to repeal them again. The industry's going crazy. They actually said leave the rules in place so we know how to plan. But my challenge to the industry is write those rules now. Give something that EDF can support, but give us something that's enforceable, but give your little people, little operators extra time, give them financial support. Set something up now so that we can be confident that fugitive emissions will be limited. That takes a lot of the steam out of the political argument that natural gas is dirty. By the way, all the innovation has been driven by customer demand from Europe, from Japan and Korea that want clean gas. We've shown we can produce it, just put it in the law. And then I think you've got a deal that we could do in the next 3 months. And the time is now.
Congressman Evans, and you've been leading on things alongside Congressman Peters on e-permittings, trying to modernize the systems. There's been a wave of Republican-led suspension bills that have gotten immense bipartisan support focused on critical minerals, mining. So as you all are talking to the group of Republican and Democratic members that you're trying to build this big coalition on, what are some of the things that you think are an essential piece of this deal beyond the SPEED Act and the Permit Act that the House acted on in December?
Yeah, so you've mentioned speed, you've mentioned the Certain Act, e-permit. Really, it's a couple of different things. We know these things have to be bipartisan because bipartisan is always going to be more durable. Like Scott was saying, you know, when one side's in power, they're not going to try to tear everything down, and then the other side gets in power and they try to rip it all up again, and you've got industry and infrastructure projects stuck in the middle. For my district and for a lot of other districts around the country, one of the final things that we really haven't talked a whole lot about is the Clean Air Act. And ozone attainment and non-attainment areas. And so a problem that we're rapidly discovering and that has bipartisan impetus to fix is that the Clean Air Act sets certain caps for ground level pollutants like ozone, but it doesn't give any perspective to the source of those emissions. And so you have situations where you got wildfires raging in northern Canada, and that smoke plume is coming down to the United States, and you know where I live, Rocky Mountains, getting trapped up against the Rocky Mountains. Our air quality will go down, but it's American jobs, American manufacturing, American projects that are being crushed under the weight of poor air quality. But we have no control over that. If if it's wildfire smoke from Canada, interstate transport of pollutants and emissions, you actually have a perverse incentive for places like China to pollute more, because if that pollution, and we know the numbers, it's low double-digit percentages in my part of the country, as that pollution comes to the United States, and you know pushes us over that cap, it's American jobs and American projects that have to ramp down, which again gives them that perverse incentive to pollute more. So another package of bills is moving through the Energy and Commerce Committee. I'm happy to be on a bipartisan piece of legislation called the FIRE Act, which says you can't hold American jobs accountable to smoke from across international borders, and you shouldn't count any of emissions from good wildfire management practices, things like clearing out fuel loads, dead logs, dead trees, things like that, or doing controlled burns. Those things also should not penalize American jobs and American manufacturing.
Well, I've got one last question for both of you, and I think it's the question that everyone is getting asked here today. And it's a simple question. Can we get a bipartisan permitting deal done in 2026? Congressman Evans, you want to start?
Yeah, so I just mentioned my FIRE Act. There's not a lot that Gavin Newsom and Greg Abbott agree on, but they're both members of the Western Governors Association, and Western Governors has endorsed the FIRE Act because we know we need this common sense permitting reform. So when we've got Gavin Newsom, Greg Abbott agreeing on things, I absolutely think that we can get something done in this space.
Congressman Peters, can we get it done?
I think the stars are aligned, and like I said, I don't think the academics are complicated. I think the politics are more complicated. There's some ego involved in this. And you know, to be completely honest, I think the behavior of the Trump administration on wind and solar has been really very difficult for folks. But we're not talking about something to solve a problem for the next 3 years. We're really talking about something for the next 3 decades, and I hope people will have that perspective. And if they do, and we get to work now, I do believe we have the possibility for a transformative deal, and that's why I get on the plane from 75 degrees San Diego and come out to see you fine people.
The last 2 weeks, that has to be particularly hard, but couldn't agree more. It's about getting a bipartisan, politically durable deal that gives us the permitting system we need for the next decades, not for just this year. So thank you both for your strong leadership on these issues.
Thanks to the Bipartisan Policy Center for putting this on as well.
Yeah, likewise. Thank you all. We are going to move on to our next panel. I have the pleasure of introducing my good friend and a leader on permitting-related issues, both at the federal and at the state level, former Republican Congressman from Louisiana, Garrett Graves.
All right. Thank you. All right, hey, good afternoon. So most of you were told that this panel's 20 minutes. I was told there's an 18-minute break after. Because there's never been a permit issued on time, we're going to go for 38 minutes. So, all right. No, seriously, great to be with you today, and really happy to be joined by two pros in this space. Amy Andrzak, who's the president and CEO of Interstate Natural Gas Association of America, and Michael Skelly, who's the CEO of Grid United. So two folks that are very well-versed on permitting issues. Before I ask the first question, I have heard folks in the green space, in the environmental space, and I've experienced it myself, trying to build ecological restoration projects where permitting has actually obstructed progress. And so for folks on the left, for folks involved in the environmental movement, heard them complain about permitting and regulation and how it's actually obstructed progress. And certainly folks on the right have been incredibly frustrated by the permitting process and development projects. So it's one of those rare instances where I think the left and the right are united. And so I'm hopeful that today we can chart a little bit of a course about, or building on the course that's been discussed today and how we can make some progress on this issue, finally. So with that, I want to ask you the first question. What are you most excited about, or where do you see the most opportunity for legislating on permitting moving forward? Amy?
So, I mean, I think we heard it actually in the closing remarks from the last panel. I think we are finally in a place where you've never seen so many stakeholders in agreement that we need permitting reform to build the infrastructure necessary for this country. And so that gives me a great deal of excitement that hopefully we can get to a legislative solution. And I think we saw some bipartisan agreement in the House last year as to what should be in that package. From Inga's perspective, we think that a permitting bill needs to have reforms to the Clean Water Act, to NEPA, and judicial review. And so we're excited that these seem to be consistent themes in legislation.
All right, Skelly, you heard it. What do you think?
So I would say, so first off, I work in electric power transmission, and pretty much everything that Amy would want, we would probably agree with, because she's working on pipelines, we're working on similar long linear infrastructure, and we deal with a lot of the same issues. And so things that are going to work well for pipeline in terms of timeframes and judicial review and limits on who can participate and make appeals and so on, those are all things that are helpful to getting transmission lines built as well. So I think you'll see a lot of agreement there. So we're very excited about that sort of common purpose. On the electric power side, we're most excited about some of the provisions that were at EPRA around transmission reform. And the big issue on transmission is we really haven't sorted out how to pay for the grid that I think we need and that many people think that we need. And you don't have to go very far back in time to see that. In fact, you just go back to last week. And what we saw was huge price differentials across the country, where electricity in some parts of the country cost, like 100 times as much as it did in other parts of the country. So what does that tell you when you have a challenge like when a market isn't working? It's a problem with the infrastructure, and that's a problem that we have with the grid. The other challenge that we saw last week with the grid was we came quite close to having reliability issues, and at PJM they had to call people up and say, hey, run your backup generators. Those are not the most efficient units, and if you're running your backup generator, then you don't have a backup anymore. Yeah. So the provisions that were in EPRA around new ways to get the grid planned and paid for are of great interest to us.
So we heard Amy talking about things like judicial review, things like 401 certification. Heard Skelly talk a little bit about some of the other parts of what has been viewed as a sort of entire or full permitting deal that includes some of the transmission and grid issues that are problematic or, in your opinion, holding things up. So, Skelly, let me come back to you. So you talked a little bit about consequences. You talked about price disparity. You talked about, or I'll actually perhaps embellish a bit on what you said. And we've got to meet demand. You've all seen the projections for growing demand for electricity through data centers. My refrigerator now talks to me, orders crap off the internet without me even knowing. I mean, all that takes electricity. It does. And so cars, EVs, electrification. So we're seeing increased demand. So what are the repercussions if permitting deal is not ultimately reached?
Well, I think that we're going to see more and more of these issues where we've got challenges in terms of big price spikes and either actual reliability incidents or near misses.
Okay, so let me jump in right there real quick. So you talked about affordability and reliability. So how does that come into play with this election cycle? You've heard the administration talking a lot about affordability. You've heard Republicans and Democrats on the Hill talking about affordability. So how does that come into play?
Well, I think that the sell here is, hey, there's different ways to deal with these challenges, but one way is by investing in the grid. If you invest in the grid that we need, that can deal with, it's not an immediate patch, but over the medium and long term, it will help.
It will help with affordability and reliability, therefore transcending politics.
Yes.
So what do you see, Amy, if we don't ultimately have a permitting deal enacted?
So two things. I want to pull on affordability first. And I think it's a basics of supply and demand. I mean, you see areas of the country where there isn't enough infrastructure, and so they can't get the necessary fuels, and those fuel prices go up in these peak periods. I mean, so affordability is a real issue. And if we don't build out the infrastructure we need to meet this demand, then we're not going to be delivering more affordable energy to both American consumers and businesses. And I have an example for you, if you don't mind. We've tracked that from 2013 to 2021, there were 5 natural gas pipelines that were supposed to be built in the Northeast. They actually all received their FERC certificates, but none of them moved forward due to trouble getting state certifications, litigation, rising costs. But if those 5 pipelines had been built, it would have been an additional 5 BCF a day of natural gas flowing in the Northeast. And that amount of gas keeps prices lower and helps with potential near-miss situations in extreme weather situations.
So real examples of what happens in exacerbating conditions in the Northeast and elsewhere if we're unable to
but
move forward.
I can also throw out another example on the electric power side. So we did have enough power last week around the country. We just didn't have enough wires to get the power to where it was needed, and that resulted in the price spike. So we can deal with this load growth in 2 ways, and we do have to do it both ways. We can build more generation, and we can build more wires to get that generation to market. And it's sort of a question of like, how do we get the optimal mix of these 2? But if we get it right, we can save a lot of money.
Okay. So what we've seen over the past few administrations is we've seen policy-heavy moves on the environmental and on the permitting side. We watched the Obama administration come in and put policies in place. Then we saw pendulum swing back with the first Trump administration, swinging back even farther during the Biden administration, and now returning under Trump. If you're looking at tens of billions or even more in infrastructure investment, you're watching these wild pendulum swings. What does that do to investment? What does it do to investment certainty to FIDs? And do we actually need legislation, or should we just let administrations do all this through policy?
Well, on our side, it keeps competition to a minimum because most people go, I'm not getting in that business. Are you out of your mind? Because it really is difficult to develop projects that can take, 5, 10 years with these ups and downs and policy. So that's an unfortunate side. We just don't have the amount of competition that we need, and that, has the predictable effect on prices and so on.
It's like what the NIL and the transfer portal have done to the SEC. All right, so Amy, could you answer that question?
Sure. So, I mean, similar thing. I mean, when there is lack of certainty, it makes it harder to secure the necessary investments to build out projects. There's less interest in moving forward with these developments. In the case of natural gas pipelines, we are seeking 10 to 20-year contracts from our customers to build these pipelines. And if there is the concern that building that pipeline could take 3 to 6 years, it just makes it harder to secure those types of long lead contracts.
So again, uncertainty chills investment, and it undermines long-term financing and creates challenges. Totally makes sense. So let's get into some more specific areas. In the opening, you talked about Clean Water Act, and of course the 401 certification has been a big issue, and of course that's the issue of where states have the ability to certify Clean Water Act permits and determine whether or not they're consistent with state plans, and therefore it effectively allows states to stop interstate transmission or interstate pipeline projects moving forward. Now, Amy, most people have looked at this issue as being more of a pipeline issue, but in reality, it's lateral infrastructure. So can you talk about that a little bit, about how you view this Clean Water Act issue and whether you view it as being strictly pipelines or if you think it has broader consequences?
So, I mean, clearly I've looked at it through the pipeline perspective, but we believe at INGA that everything we've advocated for as it relates to statutory permitting reform would help any long linear infrastructure, to your point. And that's true of Clean Water Act, and you really summed it up well. What we have seen happening, so there are a role for states. You get your FERC certification, but then states give you your water quality certification permit. And there have been states who don't want more pipeline infrastructure, and they have used the permits to stop those projects. And so back to your question on, do we need legislation? Yes, I think we do need statutory legislation that stops the ability of states to impede projects based on their own sort of policy prescriptions. In terms of, our view, again, Clean Water Act, NEPA, judicial reform would help all forms of infrastructure. Skelly can probably speak to that even more than I can.
Skelly, obviously you have an opinion here. Lateral transmission, most folks just look at it, the 401 issue, as a pipeline issue. How does it impact transmission?
Well, the 401 process brings in a whole host of other federal agencies and so on when you're dealing with Army Corps and so on. So it's another sort of, the whole process is very fragile. The process of building anything linear is super fragile. There's so many moving pieces. And this is just another element of fragility and vulnerability to a project. So if you want to be against a project, there's so many weak points in the process that if you can kind of get yourself in there at any one of these processes, it's sort of like, every time you got a bowl, I don't really know how to bowl, but I think you can get to 300 if you knock all the pins down at once.
So you tell me
you got to do that like 3 times
to become a plaintiff's attorney? Is that what you're telling me right now?
So it's you just got to we got to be right like 1,000 times, and if we're wrong once, like back to zero.
And just to follow up on that point, because I think it's a great point. What we have seen in terms of these delays, we talk about why does it take so long? Because we are now seeing litigation at every single step of the permitting process. So we talk a lot about clean water permits. We also get clean air permits. There are a variety of different state and local permits. And opposition to additional infrastructure is starting to sue at every step along the way, and that's adding a lot of time and money to the build out of infrastructure.
I'm going to throw a because we've been so incredibly efficient, and we're going to return time back. It's going to be amazing. But
we're just getting going here, so don't promise them anything.
I'm curious about your thoughts on, we had this 7-county Supreme Court decision that happened last year that most people probably didn't read, but it really was a pretty profound decision. And I think if that decision had been in place when EPA was being negotiated in the end of 24, I think it actually would have had a big impact on negotiations, because what the Supreme Court said in the unanimous decision was that they viewed NEPA as a procedural statute, and that the Clean Water Act, the Clean Air Act, and other natural resource authorities were sort of the primary space there. So do you have any thoughts on how you see the interface between, like, how should NEPA, and just to pick on one law, how should NEPA sort of operate in light of the 7 counties decision? And should it come in and re-review things like Clean Water Act, Clean Air Act? Anyone have thoughts there?
So basically, the way we look at what 7 counties did is that it really limited what an agency should be looking at when they do an environmental review of a project. So essentially, when they're coming in to do the environmental review, they should only be looking at that which exists within an agency's direct authority. And so it helps put guardrails on the environmental review process. And that's part of the importance of what 7 counties decided. Now, back to your question of, do we need legislation? Again, the answer is yes, because that's a Supreme Court decision. At some point, an agency is going to do something that may or may not be deemed within the scope of their direct authority. It's going to be challenged. It's going to go back to the courts. It's going to continue to be litigated. If we can get some of these same guardrails into statute, again, it helps shore up this permitting process.
Yeah. Thanks, Amy. Skelly?
Yeah, so 7 counties helps. So I wish I had like a unified theory of like exactly how we ought to do this, okay? But it does
That's
feel
gonna be my next question. So
a lot more like we should, like, let's get the facts out, okay? And then have, a body make a decision. Like that feels like the direction. But I gotta tell you, like, sometimes my head, I'm getting a little confessional here, turns into soup on some of this stuff, because like when we're doing these projects, our environmental team comes to me and says, well, Skelly, next we got to do this. And I'm like, do we have to do that? They're like, well, if we don't, okay, let's do it. And then we got this other thing and the other thing and the other thing. And this goes on and on and on at tremendous cost, okay? And we know that because everything is procedural, if we miss one process and some opponent pops up somewhere along the way, we are done. So we're like we're going through a minefield, and when you go through a minefield, you want to go very slowly and very carefully. So this is a long answer to your question, but getting to the point where we can, like, let's disclose what's happening, and then let's try to maximize everything we can do to maximize environmental outcomes. Is if we can figure out some way to do that, because I got to tell you, it is so maddening to do all this stuff that does nothing for the environment, okay? That all it does is provide employment for consultants and lawyers. And I love them both, but man, I wish we could spend more money on getting projects done and, like jobs, people building things, and improving infrastructure, as opposed to just,
I'm going to cut you off right there because I'm actually a consultant. To hell with you if you're gonna trash my industry. That's how. No, I'm kidding, Skelly.
I said I love them. I do love them, but in doses.
All right. So Amy, I'm going to give you a twofer on this one. Then Skelly, to come back to you on closing on your sort of prognosis for permitting reform. So can you answer the question, like, what are your thoughts on the prognosis for permitting reform, but also what that certainty provides to you?
So again, I'm going to go back to what we said earlier. I think that we have a great opportunity for permitting reform. I think there's never been more agreement on the need. And so I am very hopeful that now is the time, and that that we can move together with a bipartisan comprehensive bill. And then that certainty, again, would help with the efficient build out of more natural gas pipeline infrastructure, which is needed really to help not only LNG exports, but also this demand for the data centers and AI, and for the U.S. to be winning that AI
My
race.
refrigerator, yeah. Thank you. Skelly, can we get it done?
So I live in Texas, okay, and you can't, if you put a Texan on a panel, you're going to get him bragging about Texas. So in Texas, we are doing a huge transmission expansion, 765 lines. There were attempts to kill renewables in the last session. Oil and gas and lots of other folks teamed up and beat back those efforts. So we're building all kinds of solar. Wind is still getting built. A huge transmission expansion, tens of billions of dollars to serve new loads in oil and gas. So we kind of figured it out there. Now, it's not the exact template for what we might do as a country, but there's lots of disagreements in Texas about where energy should come from and so on. But we are building the infrastructure to tap all these sources. So maybe there's some lessons learned there.
All right. Well, look, in wrapping up, I think we heard a lot of talk about where they have some middle ground. During negotiations with the Biden administration a few years ago, we came very close to getting judicial review in exchange for doing kind of an education or information certainty, meaning if we spend a little bit more money on educating the public on a permit application, that they would trade that for judicial review and reducing the amount of time down to a shorter period of time, which I know provides certainty for financial decisions and others that's really important. 401 certification and talking through perhaps how to tie that back to an actual state plan or federal objectives is perhaps a second area where this could be done. I think where some of the challenges or headwinds are going to come is in the transmission component, because in the House you don't have a lot of muscle memory, and I think we've seen challenges there where Congressman Guthrie, Chairman Guthrie, and Latta and others have been I think interested, but at the same time a little bit concerned, because some of the pushes, as we've seen in legislation in the past, have been these sort of looking at national solutions, which you know really well, doing things that are more prescriptive in the different RTOs and trying to be more prescriptive to the actual problems around the country on transmission, I think would see less headwinds as we move forward. But bottom line is that this can be done. I think it must be done. Continuing to see these wild pendulum swings under different administrations doesn't give the certainty. I think it freezes billions and billions of dollars in investment, and it prevents us from being able to meet the demands that we see currently and in the future to achieve reliability and affordability.
That's it.
You got it. All right. Well, hey, thank you all very much. Enjoy the break. Appreciate it.
Thanks to BPC.
All right, everybody, please take your seats and we'll get started again here this afternoon. For our next discussion this afternoon, I want to welcome to the stage my friend and was never my fellow colleague at the Department of Energy, but he and I both had the same job there at times in our lives as General Counsel of the U.S. Department of Energy, John Brightbill. John was nominated by the President last year, confirmed by the Senate, and appointed to the position of General Counsel at the U.S. Department of Energy, and has a really broad and interesting portfolio there, and works with a number of really great people, both in the General Counsel's office and at the Department. John, let's just get right to it.
All right. Thank you for having me. Thank you to the Bipartisan Policy Center for this. Looking forward to it.
Thank you very much for being here. So you've had senior administration roles. You were at the Department of Justice during the first Trump administration, and now you're at the General Counsel of the Department of Energy here during the second Trump term. Based on what of your experience at DOJ and at DOE, what do you see as the kind of the biggest federal permitting obstacles to new infrastructure?
Well, I think a lot of people have spoken about it today, but the two words are first of all, certainty, but then where does certainty and really uncertainty come from? It's litigation. When people talk about permit reform, really what that means to most people who are looking to finance and build big new infrastructure projects is the uncertainty that comes from permitting, and most especially from NEPA, to a lesser extent from a scope perspective, the Endangered Species Act, 401 uncertainty, and why are we concerned about all of those things? Ultimately, it's the litigation risk, and it is the litigation risk that drives so much of the dysfunction in the broader permitting apparatus, including the hundreds and hundreds of pages and the many, many, many years of studies and analysis that is done and that has had to have been done in this country, really over the last 50 years to try to get big new infrastructure built.
So you've mentioned to me before that you really think of permit reform as being litigation reform or reform of the judicial review process. I mean, how is it that what is it that you think needs to be done in order to successfully address that?
Well, I think we've had some really positive progress here in the last 6-7 years. I think it started during the end of the last Trump administration. I was part of a very small cadre of political appointees who worked to try to pull together the regulatory package that ultimately became the CEQ NEPA reform regulations of 2020. And a big part of what we were trying to do in those regulatory reforms was not only just to address, people talked about page limits, time limits, okay? None of that matters. None of that matters if it doesn't come with litigation reform, because the reason why EISs and studies became so long and the reason why things took so much time was that the need and the perception that you needed to address every argument, close off every mouse hole, bar every door in your environmental studies, and that took years and years and years, or otherwise a court of law would come along at some point, enter an injunction, send you back to the drawing board, and your project and your millions and millions or even billions of dollars, it goes down the drain. So one of the things that we really looked to do in the context of those regulations was to create various processes, define very clearly the scope of the project, is defining what it is, and that you needed to meet the project's purpose and need in order to have something qualify as needing an environmental study. We talked in those regulations about exhaustion, about creating notice and comment opportunities, but ultimately trying to make people come forth and put their evidence on the table, give the project sponsors and the agencies the opportunity to hear the arguments that are being presented, respond to them. So we were very fortunate, though, because even though we successfully defended those regulations and those reforms against all comers up until the change of administrations. Ultimately, the Biden administration came in, took those down. They went another direction. But we were very fortunate Actually, Representative Graves, who was on the table, was part of the group that kind of spearheaded taking the CEQ regulatory reform regulations and actually seeing a lot of those, not all of it, but a lot of really good stuff that was pulled out and developed there into what was the Builder Act portion of the Inflation Reduction Act. And so those reforms, dealing with categorical exclusions, dealing with the limits ultimately of how broad your environmental review needs to be. A lot of those things ended up getting incorporated into the Builder Act. And then on the back of that, even more importantly, we had the Supreme Court come down with the 7 counties decision. Not because the 7 counties decision broke new ground. It affirmatively did not. The public citizens case, what we would refer to at DOJ as the Mexican trucks case, because that was the facts. That was really the groundbreaking case, but that was back in 2004, and in district courts of appeal, they just didn't apply it, quite frankly, on a very sparing basis. So 7 counties came in and was a very, very, very decisive opinion by Justice Kavanaugh that the public citizen decision means what it said, and being a lot more express about how it should be applied going forward. And so I think we've actually had, through the existing legislation, through the Supreme Court precedents, I think we've actually moved the needle a lot. There's more, of course, that can be done, and I'm been very pleased to hear about the amount of discussion about bipartisan legislation to try to advance permitting certainty even further.
Well, so John, a couple of things that you touched on there. First of all, 7 counties. Can you talk a little bit about how you and your colleagues in the administration are implementing that decision or are thinking about it, applying it in the work that you're doing?
Sure. So 7 counties has a number of important features, but one of the most important aspects of it is making clear the causation standard, which actually did first appear in Public Citizen, but that the causation standard as a kind of determination of how far your environmental impact statement and environmental analysis has to go, that should be reflected in judicial review, and in particular, the discussion about environmental effects that are too distant in either geographic or temporal scope are beyond of what needs to be considered in a NEPA analysis. And I think that was implicit, and certainly I was involved in litigation in cases where it was argued that was already in Public Citizen, but having Justice Kavanaugh draft that opinion and make that statement so clearly, I think was very important. Again, the Supreme Court had already written on numerous occasions that NEPA is a procedural statute. It's not supposed to be substantive. District courts, the Ninth Circuit was not listening to that. So having 7 counties come in, make a very clear statement that this is a procedural statute, and therefore the remedies in the event of a failure under NEPA is not I think at all really after 7 counties, but certainly it would take a very, very special case, is not an injunction, but go back, look at your NEPA failings and gather that additional information and correct your lack of information. And so I think those 2 aspects of it are very important. And so the President's Council on Environmental Quality has obviously put out new guidelines. I think the other thing that was very important was President Trump came in, and within a month of being in office, he issued an executive order that repealed CEQ's delegation to promulgate regulations. The reason why that was important and is that by doing that, President Trump essentially hit the reset button on NEPA. That from 1969 through the first set of regulations that came during the Carter administration in the late 70s, and then on up through, you've had this immense development of Byzantine standards that courts were constantly wrapping the knuckles of project sponsors and the government against in terms of reviewing their NEPA analyses that were based off of interpretations of these regulations. And so one of the things that President Trump did was we're going to wipe all of that clean and we're going to go back to the statute, because the statute actually isn't very long and isn't very complicated to implement. The original statute, I mean, you can fit the whole thing on a couple pieces of toilet paper. It's so short, right? After the Builder Act, there is more statutory framework that had imported some of our regulations. But by wiping all of that clean and now promulgating guidelines, we allow federal agencies to do what the statute requires, and that's all from a judicial review perspective that courts can and should hold them to. And then we have guidelines and guidance on how federal agencies, project sponsors, and the like can look to implement NEPA on more complicated cases.
So you've talked a little bit about what the administration has done, both the current administration as well as what the things that you worked on at the end of the first Trump administration. And I know you're not here to tell Congress what it ought to do. But are there things? What would be on your list of things that Congress could do that you think would actually, and that in some respects only Congress could do, that you think would help reduce the time, the cost, the burden, the uncertainty of permitting?
Yeah, well, this is, Job Reipel's personal views. This is not the administration's views. We have legislative folks who will engage with the members of Congress on the various bills, but just some of the things from my own personal experience that I think are important features of what should be considered is, to be a broken record on this, judicial review and looking at how it's done. Because if you go back, and again, NEPA, super short statute on a couple pieces of toilet paper, one of the things that you do not see is any provisions in there for judicial review. There are a lot of scholars and people who debate, was NEPA something that anyone was supposed to sue over at all? Or was this a purely aspirational statute that encouraged federal agencies as a matter of policy to consult with the president, to consult with CEQ, and to consider these things? But there is no judicial review section, or hasn't been, or historically was not, for NEPA. Contrast that then with the major environmental statutes that came after that. The Clean Water Act, the Clean Air Act, the Endangered Species Act, RCRA, CERCRA. So you go through all of these statutes, and you find that Congress is thinking about the fact that we are creating actually rights that are going to impact the public, and we're going to create provisions for judicial review, and then we're going to have ways to organize that and make sure that it's conducted in a predictable and fashion. You don't have any of that in NEPA. It's a straight APA backdoor. And what that has meant is you have district courts around the country, very idiosyncratic in their applications.
APA, Administrative Procedure Act.
APA, Administrative Procedure Act violations. And in particular, in the early days, this was the 1970s. So for those of you who are not scholars of administrative law and the history, the 1970s, prior to the Supreme Court's Vermont Yankee era, was a time of the courts making up all kinds of processes in administrative law and rights that were not on the face of statutes and that were more than what Congress itself had articulated. So you have a statute around which there have been hundreds and even thousands of cases that has no guiding framework as to how to conduct judicial review. And so, some of the things that I think could be helpful are figure out once and for all where venue belongs on these things. Clarifying burdens of proof. I think one of the things that would be super important is, and some of these provisions, is making sure that if and where it's appropriate to give public comment on certain actions that require that kind of input, you have an exhaustion requirement and a prudential standing requirement. So if you want to sue on something and it's important enough to you, come to the public comment process and make your comment. And then after you've made that comment, if it isn't accommodated, then after you've exhausted your administrative remedies before the agency, then you can bring a lawsuit in federal court. That's very, very, very standard operating procedure across a whole host of other federal statutes, but it's not in NEPA. Why is it not in NEPA? Because was anybody supposed to sue under this statute in the first place? Again, question and debate.
So the topic of regulatory certainty is really important out there. it's always been important, but particularly for anybody thinking about their federal permits, their authorizations, as well as trying to deploy at-risk capital. What's your view about things that the administration can do to help promote regulatory certainty?
Well, I think one of the things that we are doing is we are trying to create a set of more basic, consistent guidelines that tightly follow the statute, and then we've kind of wiped away some of the extra complications that create extra opportunities for footfall. I think another thing that many of the agencies are working on, and this, again, follows from the legislation that Representative Graves was such a big part of in the Builder Act, but really starting to expand the use of categorical exclusions, which were not in the original statute. They were a function of the regulations, but now they've been incorporated in. And so wanting to try to develop categorical exclusions for different situations that recognize that there are certain things that happen time and time again that do not have a significant environmental impact and do not require years of study and hundreds of pages of analysis. But also, I think the other important thing when you look at the history of NEPA and how we got to where we are is it's considered to many scholars in the area the very, very first of the major environmental statutes that now drive the United States regime, passed in 1969. But since that time, we, as I've said, have so many of these other statutes that have made great, wonderful impacts on cleaning up the environment in the United States and helping to bring us, the cleanest air, cleanest water in the world. Now, as part of that, we have many other federal agencies whose job, responsibilities, statutes, regulations are addressing environmental issues. And so, and they have primary jurisdiction of figuring out how to solve those problems, how to permit those problems, and how to supervise those problems. The idea that we have now NEPA sweeping in, putting the Department of Energy that may, for example, be extending a loan to someone who wants to build a nuclear power plant, doing NEPA on the environmental effects of our loan, when you're going to have federal agency after federal agency and state entity looking at this project when it actually comes to fruition, looking at the environmental effects, dealing with those environmental effects, right? It just doesn't make any sense. And in fact, that's one of the things that the Builder Act legislation created an exemption from the definition of major federal action to deal with, and we're very pleased with that, of course. But those are some of the things that we're looking to execute on to try to create a more streamlined process and therefore more predictability for those who want to build infrastructure, and particularly energy infrastructure in the United States today.
John, I realized that I started this off earlier today by saying it was important to really stay on time, and I know we're at the end of our time, but I'm going to use up 30 more, I'm going to give 30 more seconds to ask you a question about the Clean Water Act. How important it is that, how would you say, what needs to be done, or what is your view with respect to things that need to be done as to the Clean Water Act in order to improve permitting and regulatory certainty?
Well, I know a number of people have made reference to this, but Clean Water Act Section 401, which involves states in reflecting on water quality issues related to federal actions, right, is a provision that has not always been used and is often not being used as either in the first instance related to water quality, and even when it is related to water quality has been used not as hey, we will want to take a good faith look at the water quality issues here and try to mitigate them, because ultimately you've got all kinds of permitting standards and you have all kinds of other laws that are in effect and that will impact and ensure water quality. It's being used as a veto, a holdup. And so I think that we've seen that really at a bipartisan level across various states. And so I know that there's been a lot of discussion during this fine event from a number of people who have identified that as as an issue, and I think that's one that those who favor real concrete permitting reform should take a very hard look at.
And that only Congress, in the end, can address.
And really only Congress can address, in part because of various Supreme Court and other appellate decisions that have construed the existing language in a pretty firm way.
I want to thank you, John, for joining us today.
Thank you.
And I'm getting direction that we need to hold for a quick photo. But I also want to have to introduce Matt Sonneson from the Senior Vice President from the Business Roundtable for our next panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Stand up for a photo.
Great. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Matt Sonneson from Business Roundtable. It's a pleasure to be with you all this afternoon. I'm joined this afternoon on stage by a really great set of panelists to talk about sort of industry insight on what's happening with the permitting process. First, immediately to my left is Jason Grimet, who is the president and CEO of American Clean Power. But I'm going to pause for a second, just praise Jason, because he's also the former president of the Bipartisan Policy Center, including when they started work on all of this issue for permitting reform. So Jason, thanks for your leadership then and now at American Clean Power. We're also joined by Marsden Hanna, who's the head of energy and sustainability policy at Google, and by Sasha Mackler, who's the global head of strategic policy at ExxonMobil's Low Carbon Solutions. Gentlemen, it's a pleasure to have you here today. As we think about why is industry engaged on this, I'm sure many of you can think through, well, I can guess why this industry cares about it, or people who build, they must spend a lot of time on it. For us at Business Roundtable, this is a big deal because of the economic impact. I represent CEOs from every sector of the economy, and when you think about the US permitting process, there's more than $1.5 trillion of projects stuck in the permitting queue today that's delaying GDP impact of more than $2.4 trillion because it takes the average dollar of investment 4 to 5 years to get through the federal permitting system. That's not counting what happens if there's a court case afterwards, or if you have to deal with state and local permitting on top of that. So we're really delaying a great deal of economic gain for our country with our current permitting process, and reform is imperative if we're going to continue to compete globally. So gentlemen, let me ask each of you from a high-level perspective, can you talk a little bit about why is this so important, permitting reform for your industry? Jason, let's start with you.
Thanks, Matt. It's great to be back at a BPC function, and I have to acknowledge my buddy Sasha, who also has run this. It's kind of like an old home day for BPC. Why is this important? We are trying to build the future. It's extremely difficult to build the future if the president and the present stops you from doing that. That was actually a Freudian slip, but it works in both ways. Look, we need, it's pretty simple, right? We need a permitting system that is efficient, predictable, and provides equality under law. And I'm sure you've heard that probably a lot this afternoon. I think our challenge coming late in the day is to say things you haven't heard already, or at least say them differently. I will try to do the latter.
All right. Thanks, Jason. Mars?
Thank you very much. Honored to be here, and thank you to Bipartisan Policy Center for hosting us. At Google, we fundamentally believe that AI presents a generational opportunity to accelerate human health and welfare and economic growth. Some studies estimate that once AI is fully diffused into the economy, it can provide up to $4 trillion in GDP uplift. But we don't get the upside of AI if we don't have the energy to power it. And as we look at the market, we're seeing transmission grid congestion, grid fragmentation, and lethargic infrastructure build timelines that are constraining our ability to bring on new data centers to power growth. and fundamentally restricting our ability to meet this opportunity. So as we look at the future, we think we need a grid that can power the next era of growth. We need the electric equivalent of President Eisenhower's federal highway initiatives from the 1950s to get back to building and unlocking the opportunity of AI.
Sasha.
Yeah, sure, thanks. I'll play cleanup here. And it is great to be back here at a BPC event with old friends. I want to congratulate the Bipartisan Policy Center for always putting together dialogues, conversations that are constructive and that really do meet the moment. And I do think as we look at where we are today with permitting reform, there's an enormous opportunity here. And I think we've been hearing throughout the day just how much of a shared agenda we have across different perspectives in industry, as we see here right now, across the stakeholder community, and even politically. And we need to find a path forward that can help us unlock that opportunity. And at ExxonMobil, we sort of sit in an interesting place in this discussion because we have, of course, you probably all know this, a large existing footprint of energy facilities, both on the production side, on the manufacturing and refining and sort of plastic side of the equation, and we are looking ahead to the future and looking at new businesses that we can bring forward that can power the economy in different ways with lower carbon emissions using advanced technologies. And across that entire footprint, what we see is one sort of universal theme as a constraint against what we are trying to accomplish is the ability to get our permits quickly, efficiently, and predictably. And without that, we are sort of, it's an own goal that we are facing right now. It's increasing the cost of energy needlessly, and it is injecting friction in the system that is not helpful and really doesn't serve ultimately a purpose that has, that we can really focus on. And so the idea of unlocking permitting reform, I think, could drive a lot of environmental and economic benefits.
So permitting as it exists today is preventing us from building the future as quickly as we ought to be able to. It's slowing us down and trying to meet the new AI challenge and compete globally, and it's preventing us from investing in energy the way we want to. Well, how do we fix it? How do we fix it? Jason, what are a couple, I mean, we've heard a lot this afternoon of different ideas and different pieces of what permitting reform can include, but as you think about it from your perspective, what are the 2 or 3 things that matter most?
Well, I think the thing that matters most, not just in this moment, but in terms of the kind of arc of our nation's future, is stopping to weaponize this process based on one's ideology about which kind of electron or molecule you prefer or don't. I think that technology neutrality is fundamentally now become the kind of table stakes for any kind of meaningful conversation, because everyone agrees that we need a system that has a shot clock that requires you to start the process quickly and predictable outcomes and judicial review. I think we'll probably all agree on the elements. I would say that the clean power sector needs permit reform by far more than any other part of the energy industry right now, just based on the fact that 90% of everything in the queue is our stuff. But it's hard to get excited about changing a law if you don't believe it's going to be implemented. And so I think this challenge that we have right now is whether we have a government that will pass laws and then actually execute on those laws consistent with the intent of Congress.
Mars, what are some priorities from your perspective at Google?
I think for us, it comes down to unlocking grid capacity. We have utilities telling us 5 years, sometimes 10 years to interconnect new data centers, and that's just far too slow for us to be able to meet the scale of the opportunity ahead of us. A couple different things that we'd like to see. One that's not been traditionally in much of the permitting reform conversation, but is really high-performance conductors. These are solutions that can rapidly unlock capacity on existing grids by replacing old wires with larger, higher capacity wires. This can be done in a matter of months, not years, and we can deploy these at scale. DOE estimates something like 100 gigawatts of capacity can be rapidly unlocked with high-performance conductors. But utilities don't have a natural financial incentive in most cases to deploy these solutions. Policymakers can help unlock, can help encourage utilities by optimizing these incentives to deploy these solutions. Beyond that, when we look at the new infrastructure build for transmission takes 3 years to build, but in many cases it's 10 to 15 years to permit. And in 2005, Congress created a new federal siting authority that was intended to provide federal backstop national interest electric corridors. But in the 20 years since, we've never designated a single national interest electric transmission corridor because of the Byzantine bureaucracy and paralyzing litigation that can hang up projects on a single procedural issue. So for us, it really comes down to getting back to building regional and inter-regional transmission. I think as has been said earlier in the day, there's a lot that's already been done here. We think EPRA is a fantastic place to start. It really comes down to creating an effective backstop siting authority that can help us build transmission that is, can reduce congestion, can empower the next wave of growth. So lots can also be done on existing rights of way, voltage upgrades, using existing linear rights of way, and importantly, we should be fairly compensating landowners for the strategic importance of these transmission grid assets. So there's lots that we can do, and we're confident there's a bipartisan solution we can get to.
Great, thanks. Sasha.
Yeah, well, so I have a few thoughts to build on here, and of course, I agree with what's been said before. And as a molecules company at ExxonMobil, you may be surprised, or maybe not, but you may be surprised to hear that we're very supportive of enhancing the grid and finding more efficient ways to build more transmission infrastructure. As one of the largest producers of natural gas, we see that gas being in high demand in the power sector, and being able to provide that energy and have it converted into electricity is an enormous economic opportunity. It's also a national security imperative as we embark on this AI race, and that is a large priority for our corporation. And in fact, we have a whole business unit that is dedicated right now to low carbon data centers, where we're looking to bring our differentiated natural gas into a natural gas combined cycle platform with carbon capture and provide extremely low carbon electricity to hyperscalers so they can meet their, to the goals that Mars just outlined. We can't do that if the transmission grid can't accept those electrons. And this is a high imperative for our country. We need to figure out how to solve that problem. One other example is on the carbon capture side of the equation. This is something at ExxonMobil we've invested heavily in. We see it as a huge priority for our corporation. It's a big imperative to reduce CO2 emissions from the industrial sector, from the power sector in particular. And the ability to secure Class 6 permits so we can inject CO2 safely underground has been very strained. It's a slow process. We are excited about the activities at the EPA to grant primacy to the states, but the pace of approvals of these Class 6 permits, which are what are required to inject CO2, has been agonizingly slow. We need to figure out how to accelerate that rate of permit approval so that we can get into the business of capturing CO2 and getting it out of the atmosphere and underground. That's a permitting reform issue. That's a high priority for us.
Great. So as I'm listening to this panel right now, what I'm hearing is there's this big demand for more power. It's driven partly by AI. There are other factors driving that demand up right now too, which is different from what we've seen the last 20-ish years or so, where power demand was relatively flat in the United States, thanks to efficiency efforts and others. And there's a need, and we hear different sectors saying, actually, I need to cooperate with folks who are not traditionally thought of as my sector, because we're going to need all of those energy sources if we're going to have any shot of meeting the demand and meeting this moment in winning the AI race. So this sounds pretty important as I'm listening to it all right now. Let me dig into a few specific pieces. Jason, when we think about what's important for fossil fuels and renewables, often people say, well, NEPA reform is really about helping fossil fuels. Is NEPA reform relevant for your industry in clean power too?
I think Matt, the 1980s called and wants its question back. So, yeah, let me give you a couple of reasons, right? 90% of all of the power in the queue right now is clean power. So do we care about that bottleneck? Of course we do, and I know the rest of you do also. despite the fact that the vast majority of renewables are not built on public land today, utility scale wind projects are implicated by NEPA about 2/3 of the time. Utility scale solar projects implicated by NEPA about half the time. And so that's right now with very little use of public lands. As I think the industry continues to scale, there's tremendous wind and solar resources on public lands. And so I think that challenge and that kind of nexus between NEPA and these projects, even if they're being principally built on private land, isn't going to go away. We've heard the word transmission a couple times. I'm sure it's been a wrapped aspect of many of these panels. We fundamentally do not have a permitting system for transmission, right? Pipelines, it's not perfect, but at least you have kind of plenary authority, a single kind of focal point at FERC that can make these kinds of federal decisions. Our utility system was designed around this idea that there was a local utility. And so our regulatory structure empowers local communities to be making all of these regulatory decisions. That's the 1920s wanting its question back, right? We have to have a different kind of democracy if we want to actually achieve these goals. And then finally, guess which projects are being litigated the most under NEPA? Mine, because we're all the projects, right? So, the fact that you can take 6 years to bring a case challenging a facility, you all know this, right? It's not like, wind and solar are being greeted as saviors. People don't like building anything, anywhere. So there's certainly going to be challenges against every energy project going forward. So yeah, the NEPA problem is significant for our industry. It's not the only problem, but it's the problem that, as Sasha said, is an own goal. It's the problem that is actually of our own making. And so I think there's a reason why there's kind of an industrial permitting complex trying to fix things. Because I think we all realize the responsibility we all have in creating the problem.
Yeah, I think about that issue of NEPA litigation, and maybe we'll have a minute to dig into it. It looks like we might have time on this panel to dig in a little bit, but it feels like one area where it's ripe for improvement, and for the first time in my memory, we're hearing bipartisan interest in fixing it, which is pretty exciting. Mars, let's dig in a little bit on sort of the interests for a technology company like Google. You guys are trying to figure out how to power all these AI data centers, as are your competitors. There's a lot of energy need there. I'm sure you're looking at different sources depending on location or what have you. You were also talking about the need for transmission and a better connected grid. But how much of this can be accomplished by building behind the meter? That is, building locally the energy generation you need right on site. Is that a part of the solution? Is that a big piece of the solution? How are you guys thinking about that piece?
Yeah, it's a great question. Our preference at Google is to have a grid-connected data center that is served by new incremental grid-connected generation, and that those two should be sited where they are most economic and most effective. And in most cases, that means we use the grid to deliver the power. That's going to provide the highest reliability, the most business flexibility for our ability to scale load, and the lowest cost, the highest economies of scale. We recognize, however, that given grid congestion we're seeing across the market, that's not always possible, and we may need to site a facility co-located with generation of some sort. When we do that, our preference is that generation be front of meter, so it can dispatch into the grid, and that it's new to the system. So we should be very clear we are not seeking to divert existing electric resources that are serving capacity into the grid and take those offline and provide them to our data center. But fundamentally, there's a challenge with co-location in that it requires substantially more backup capacity. So if you're doing an island grid, you're going to require 100% backup capacity. If you're served on across a regional grid or a national grid, you only need 10 to 20% reserve margin. So it's a much more cost-effective pathway to scale. And it's very hard for me to see how American industry and technology leadership survives on a patchwork of hundreds or thousands of microgrids where we've overbuilt locally at the expense of a more cost-effective and robust regional grid that can help power growth for all Americans. Because fundamentally, we also know history shows that large loads can help put downward pressure on rates, and that large loads bear a significant portion of the fixed costs of the system. So over the long term, as we think about building a robust and reliable grid that can power growth for all Americans, it's our hope that data centers can be grid connected and can help pay for the cost of building out that grid. At Google, we have focused for quite some time on ensuring that we're providing upfront capital to be able to cover the costs of the incremental generation and grid infrastructure that's directly associated with our load, so that utilities don't so that those costs don't fall to other ratepayers, and that we are bearing 100% of the cost to serve our data centers. We're very committed to that. But fundamentally, if we're going to be a part of a grid of the future, we need the ability to build transmission, and that means transmission permitting reform that can help us get there.
Great, thanks. Marston, I think you were touching on it, but there's a lot of thought out there. Well, it must be the AI data centers that are driving up everybody's electric utility rates. I don't think that's actually true when we look at it. Do you want to say a word about that as well?
Yeah, it's a great point. We've seen fairly comprehensive evidence and studies from the last few months that large loads put downward pressure on rates. If you look at the LBNL study that was released several months ago, the states with growing electricity load in real terms, in inflation-adjusted terms, saw price declines, whereas states that didn't have electricity load growth saw real price increases. And again, part of this is about spreading the fixed costs of the system across a larger volume of energy. And so that's historical, but as we go forward, it's really important that we get this right. And we need to ensure that data centers are paying for 100% of the power to service the facilities, and that we're paying for infrastructure that's directly tied to our load.
Yeah, thanks for that. I think it's really helpful to think through, because there's a temptation to think, oh, that someone's the culprit there, and actually the permitting reform to help build these power generation for data centers to get that load onto the grid is actually what's going to drive prices down. So critical for affordability for Americans. Sasha, I was going to ask you a little bit about why transmission is important to folks in your industry, but you already talked about that a little bit. Let me ask you to connect some of the reforms in transmission and what you all think about also with pipelines. Why is there so much connectivity right now between the way that you all, largely as an oil and gas company, are thinking about permitting reform, and why folks like Jason in Clean Power are looking at some of the same challenges?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question, and I think, from our perspective, it's because these issues are so interconnected, and they're generalizable, right? We're all facing the same challenges now, and we're all in the same boat. It's hard for the clean energy, companies to get the permits that they need. It's increasingly difficult to get the permits in the traditional industries like oil and gas, and that's slowing everything down. What I think that really presents then is a political opportunity, right? When we see so many diverse perspectives, so many diverse interests coming forward and saying, hey, there's a problem here, we need to fix this, that's the moment when Congress can step in. And the good news is that there's a lot of ideas on the table. You've been talking about them all day. Congress has been working on them. The moment now is to get to work and to pass the legislation that can help to resolve some of these challenges. We see it in pipelines, we see it in production, we see it in transmission. It's a shared agenda. And I think it's only going to get worse if we don't lean in as a community and really push to get something done this year. We've had an opportunity, we've seen opportunities in the past. A year ago, there was another bill. We're here now. I don't know how long this window stays open from a political standpoint, but it won't stay open for very long. So I think it's really now the moment to push.
Well, let's think for a moment about your point you just made. Things could get worse if we don't act. Mostly what we've been talking about here is why it's important, what could get right, the big difference it would make. Take a moment now, maybe not a worst case scenario, but a bad case scenario. Congress fails to act. The administration continues on its current course where they are trying to improve permitting in some areas. And we end up another 3 years at least, and maybe much longer before we can get any kind of permitting legislation through Congress. What would that mean?
You're asking the American Clean Power Association to channel dystopia? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, let's hope it's not dystopian, but certainly not a good case.
We have a structurally broken system. Executive branches are inherently partisan. Energy policy, largely driven by climate polarization, has now become a base issue for both parties. And so as a result, the executive branch, whether it's a Democratic president or a Republican president, is out of touch and out of line with actually the interests of the country. The only way that changes is with a combination of statutory legislation and a restoration of norms. I think it is hard to get statutory legislation passed in Congress, but I agree with you, this is an urgent moment. Whether urgency and opportunity equal the same thing, I think is a question we can pursue further. But every administration in the last couple of decades has complained about the prior administration's practices and then made them worse. And this is a woe-go-round that we have got to find a way to get off. I think the reason why my friends at API and AGA and INGA are equally motivated is not just the frustration right now, but the imagination of what if the politics change, which they tend to always do. And we have a progressive administration weaponizing the permitting process in the same way that this administration is. You will see the unraveling of our economy. So, there's a little sense of what could happen if we don't get on a better track.
That sounds rather dire. Mars, what does it mean for AI development in the country if we don't fix this permitting process quickly?
Yeah, so the United States is ahead of foreign adversaries on AI at the moment, but our success is not guaranteed. And one of the advantages that foreign adversaries have is the pace and scale of the infrastructure growth to power AI. Foreign adversaries do not engage in lengthy debates over which resources are most effective to power the grid. They don't engage in a decade-long discussion about benefit calculations in cost allocation for transmission. They simply build what is most strategic and what is quickest to meet the global opportunity. And just as a couple points of comparison, China brought on more power generation last year than the rest of the world combined. And in the past 5 years, China has outbuilt the United States 20-1 on high voltage transmission. So we simply cannot afford to let another decade go by bickering over how to determine cost allocation provisions. We've got to find a solution that gets us building, that gets us competitive in the global economy.
20-1, that's a pretty strong stat. Sasha, help us think about what this means for your industry and maybe for American energy dominance.
Yeah, well, I think, first and foremost, what it means is more of the same, right? It's increasingly difficult to get the permits because of frivolous lawsuits that are just designed to delay projects. That will continue. And the list goes on. We will bring our projects forward. I'm very confident of that. It will just take longer and cost more than it needs to. That's an economic penalty we're paying really for no good reason. So the future of the energy system, of American dominance, or really of American technology innovation as we go forward, really hinges on our ability to deploy capital quickly, get projects into the system, and then move on to the next project. Because more energy, less emissions is better for the economy, it's better for America, it's better for the world, and it's what we need to be focusing on. And if we don't do that, then we will miss an enormous opportunity. I think we can do it, and I think that's why we're here today, to continue to talk about the solutions and the way forward, and the imperative to do that in the moment that we have here in front of us.
I think we can too, and I appreciate that note of optimism, even though I asked the pessimistic question. So thanks for that. Gentlemen, let me ask you one final question here. As you look at the moment that we're facing, the import of what's coming, but also the opportunity in front of us, do you think we can do it this year? Can we get serious permitting reform through Congress before the end of the year. Jason.
Well, I need to share the emotional arc of the last several months. Over the summer, deeply pessimistic. In fact, I was at an event with some of you and I was nicknamed Dark Jason, which does not align with my usual
I remember that.
ebullient,
It was a
optimistic-
shock to the system.
It was. Because there was no sense of integrity in the process, right? This idea of permit certainty was not table stakes in the debate. But then the clouds parted. And in fact, there was a kind of coalescing of interests suggesting that making sure that permits could be relied upon durably was kind of the entry point to the debate. The SPEED Act, while not perfect, had a technology neutrality commitment, and I was quite optimistic. And then the House Rules Committee gutted the technology neutrality in the legislation, and a week later, the administration put stop work orders on $25 billion of projects that were almost complete. That made me pessimistic. Now I'm at the BPC, and so now I'm like pessimistic with a little optimism. It's going to be very hard to get it done this year unless the administration sends a very different signal, which I think we are working very hard to convince them they need to do.
So Dark Jason with a ray of hope. Mars.
Yeah, I mean, look, in the United States, we are blessed with tremendous resource, tremendous ingenuity, tremendous technological leadership, and we really do have an opportunity in front of us to define the next 50 years of growth and prosperity. And it's hard to see that happening without permitting reform to unlock the ability to build data centers and to build the grid. So we are optimistic that working together, the public and private sectors, we can get something done.
All right, well, I have been optimistic in the course of this panel, and I do think that ultimately Congress and the administration, when presented with a challenge and a strong imperative to do something about it, will do the right thing. We'll temper that a little bit with it's going to be hard. The path this year for a bill is challenging, but I do think by the end of the year there is an opportunity, there's a chance, and we all have to try to push through that. So I'm optimistic, acknowledging that it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, thank you for that slightly higher note of optimism. I'll just add that in my more than 20 years of working on this issue, I've never seen different industries coalesce. I've never seen the business community coalesce around these priorities the way that we're seeing right now. I was at a hearing last week, the Environment and Public Works Committee in the Senate. I'd never heard Republicans use the Democrat talking points and the Democrats use the Republican talking points before. It was amazing. And what it tells me is that the opportunity is now. We do have enough folks that care and that are working on this that we can come together. And despite the note of pessimism here to my left, we have a president who wants to build and who wants to leave a mark with a lot of beautiful new infrastructure in this country. This is the moment to do it. So I hope we'll all join together to help make it happen. Thanks all for being here. And now it's time for another break.
So good afternoon, everyone. Again, very pleased to welcome to the stage Commissioner David Rosner. Commissioner Rosner joined FERC as a commissioner in June 2024, so has now been on the commission for going on 2 years here before long. Was chair from August 13th, 25 until October 23rd, 25, and I also have to make sure and mention that Commissioner Rosner is a former staff member at the Bipartisan Policy Center here in Washington, so we're happy about that. And Commissioner Lindsay C. Commissioner C. was appointed to the commission, joined the commission also in June 2024, and so both of our two commissioners here on stage have about the same tenure. I was going to ask which of you actually got appointed first, but I thought actually, you know, I'd leave that aside, which one had more seniority over the other one. We'll just leave that aside. So anyway. Well, it was a matter of days. Yeah, okay, all right. Well, so anyway, thank you very much for joining us here this afternoon. Commissioner Rosner, I'm going to start with you. You've previously noted the long timeline associated with issuing new regulations and an interest in exploring kind of what the industry can do in certain circumstances to do on its own. Can you just talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, definitely. Well, thank you, Bipartisan Policy Center, for hosting me. It's great to be back. I'm a huge believer in bipartisanship and consensus-based decision making. So wonderful here to be talking about permitting, especially with my colleague, where we talk about permitting decisions back at the commission all the time. So a couple thoughts on doing more faster. So, you know, you mentioned it takes I've said this all over town. Regulations take a long time. We've been struggling in this country with interconnection queues, that's the line that you get into to have your power plant connected to the grid. It takes about 4 or 5 years to get a power plant just studied, just to not even construction, just through these processes. Back in 2020, the commission started work on a rulemaking that became what's known as Order 2023, which now it's 2026, and we are just about done with compliance with that rule. And that's not to say that rulemaking isn't incredibly important. I think it is, but it's not enough. And some of the things that we can do without regulation, well, in some of our RTO regions, those are the grid operators that run markets, run transmission systems. They have, on their own merit, put forward some new platforms to do this work faster. So our rulemaking that took 6 years contemplates, in most cases, getting from start to finish in the interconnection process 450-ish days. There's one grid operator, it's called MISO, that has figured out how to automate these studies. And what that means is they're using machine learning and AI and cloud computing to basically do the power flow studies faster. And for a very large cluster, over 100 gigawatts of new generation in MISO, their 2021 cluster, the old way with pen and paper and engineers and the software they used to use, 686 days. The new way with this automation that was invented by a PhD student in Pittsburgh, less than 10 days. And they've done a bunch of benchmarking. It's all open and transparent, thanks to the FERC tariff. It's all on their website for all my friends in the audience who also attend the MISO interconnection working group meetings. It's all there. And this has now been adopted by SPP, and other iterations of automation of various different parts of the process are getting picked up by other RTOs. And I am on an aggressive charm campaign to meet with the boards of other RTOs. Aren't you on one?
Yes, I am.
To
Yes,
adopt
I am.
this. So there's the answer. Back to you.
I'll look forward to that meeting. Yes. So Commissioner C., and by the way, I know that both of you spent a few hours earlier today testifying in front of the House Energy and Commerce Committee. We're going to get to that here in just a minute. Talk a little bit more about your testimony this morning and some of the things you said in your written testimony, as well as some other comments on that. But Commissioner C., let me ask you, we're here to talk about permitting today and permitting infrastructure. And the commission has a lot of jurisdiction over and makes important decisions having to do with energy infrastructure. One of the things that you've said, and I think these are your exact words, are the need to make permitting of energy infrastructure, or the need to permit energy infrastructure in a fair, predictable, and legally durable way. Can you talk a little bit more about both what it is you mean and what it is you think the commission can do on that front?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. Thank you for moderating here. I'm so glad to be able to be here this afternoon. You know, I think all of us bring our priors to our new jobs. And for me, the role that I had immediately before coming to FERC is I was an appellate litigator in a state attorney general's office. And that's really focused the way that I think about these issues of legal durability and permitting. I talked to a lot of industry leaders in West Virginia who would tell me, sort of half jokingly, they almost didn't care what a federal rule was as long as it stayed the same thing and they knew what it was. Now, they did care a lot about what the rule was, because many times they wanted us to challenge it. But I think that point really resonated, the idea that having that kind of certainty is necessary to have regulatory certainty. That's what gets steel in the ground. So that's really resonated with me. The appellate lawyer side is I spend a lot of time defending state rules and attacking, sometimes successfully, federal rules. So I think I'm really bringing to this job the sense that uncertainty is a huge tool when it comes to litigation risk, whether that's uncertainty in the governing statutes or uncertainty in an agency order. So being able to make sure that we are predictable, transparent, fair, that's incredibly important. And then the other thing that I really take to heart, and we've talked about a lot and worked really well together as commissioners, is for me, it's not just enough for us to issue the order and say, job well done, if we're permitting some important infrastructure. That order really needs to stand up in court. Because again, that's the sort of predictability that is actually able to get infrastructure built. So we can't always control what courts are going to do, of course, but I think making sure that we are really mindful that the decisions that we issue are legally durable, that's also an important part of our job. So that's how I bring that experience to the sort of permitting decisions that we deal with every day at the Commission.
So on that legally durable point, Commissioner, and really for both of you, what is it that you're doing and what is the commission doing right now? And what can it do more of to ensure or really try to provide as much legal durability for its orders as it possibly can?
Sure. I'll take a crack at it and then hand that over to you. I think in a lot of ways, this just comes to certainty in our statutes. And I think we have seen when we joined the commission, there were a number of DC Circuit decisions that struck down commission orders that all came in a row. So I think that was really sobering for me, and I know for my colleagues when we joined. Fortunately, we've seen some really helpful Supreme Court litigation that it has given clarity, especially when it comes to NEPA and our environmental responsibilities. So I think that kind of clarity has really helped us as a commission make sure that we are doing the full extent of our job in terms of our environmental review responsibilities under the law, but that we don't have to go above and beyond to things that the statute doesn't include. And again, having that sort of certainty is really helpful to make sure that we are focusing on what we need to and not adding additional layers of process that the statute doesn't require. So I think that clarity has really helped us focus on where our job begins and ends.
Agree with everything Commissioner C just said, and so I'll come at it from a different angle. I think the other thing that's really helped us work more efficiently and get better outcomes for people applying for permits and ultimately for the American people is when you have consensus among a 5-member agency like FERC, that helps us get better decisions. I also am a huge believer in the independent commission model where we have 5 folks with very different experiences and perspectives. That all shows up in the orders. And so when you have more agreement rather than less on a commission, it enables you to really take the pen where it needs to go on the order. I fear that over the past decade that we really haven't had that level of consensus at FERC. So it's been a pleasure to work with Commissioner C. I mean, I can tell you in the back of the room, when we're working on things, we can have conversations bilaterally, but not with more than 2. And I've really benefited from Commissioner C's legal expertise, and it's been very helpful. I can see it in the orders. You've had some lines that have been picked up by judges and things like that, and so it's very, it's a very good model, and I look forward to continuing.
So on that point, Commissioner, with the commission being able to speak 5-0 on an issue as opposed to 3-2 or 4-1 with a very strong dissent, I mean, we've seen situations where that happens and where it can actually lead to, in some cases, it seems, more legal uncertainty because it provides a roadmap for the reviewing court in some cases to go right against in some cases where what the commission had done in its order. I mean, how is the commission going about it at this point? Both of you individually, or the chair, or the commission as a whole, to try to promote more of that, those 5-0 orders to provide maybe more durability, at least in that way.
Well, I'll jump off of where Commissioner Rosner ended. I really think that the personal relationships are incredibly helpful when it comes to building that sort of consensus. I'm very fortunate to have 4 colleagues who care deeply about the work that we're doing and care deeply about getting the right outcomes for the country. So when I think about, what does it mean to get a strong order, or when I think about writing separately or not, I think there's a lot of important work to be done behind the scenes in consensus building. And for me personally, my primary concern is making sure that that main order is something that I can stand behind and it's as strong as it is. Now, there are times, of course, when all of us do write separately. That's part of the job. But I also consider the implications, as you referenced, as a former litigator, I think sometimes having a separate statement can become fuel to undermine what we're trying to do. So there's a lot of considerations that go in, I think, for all of us. But I think making sure that we have the best path forward for the commission when we have a 5-0 order we can stand behind, that's something that's really important to me. And I've just been really grateful for my colleagues for their collaborative spirit that we are able to move forward on a lot of controversial issues in a very consensus-driven way.
Not much to add here, but I will say, part of the changing dynamic it's not to say that any commissioner, over the last decade who wrote separately or who wrote one of these orders that became a litigation, toehold or was wrong. I think one thing that's just different now is we've had Supreme Court precedent that was unanimous precedent on the scope of our environmental reviews. And so that's sort of made it easier, I think, to find consensus with that clarity. And the other thing I'll say is, that doesn't mean that our environmental reviews aren't incredibly, robust and compliant with the statute. I think that they are. If you pull any of our recent certificate orders, you'll see, environmental documents that in some cases are hundreds of pages long and have lots of information about all the direct impacts of the project. So I think, that'd be what I add.
Yeah, so let me follow up on that, Commissioner. Last June, FERC voted unanimously, I believe, to revise its regulations on the implementation of NEPA and simplify the environmental review process, and also voted unanimously to waive the operation of Order 871. Can you talk a little bit about just how it is that the Commission itself has approached NEPA in light of 7 counties, and how it is that you see that working within the context of what FERC is doing now?
I think, as I just mentioned, I think we're laser focused on the direct impacts of the project. And that means taking the really hard look that NEPA requires and ask us to disclose the impacts to the environment and to human health. I think, again, if you pull up one of these documents, you'll see that. Remind me, what was the other part of the question?
871.
Oh, 871. Oh, sorry. So on 871, we got to a unanimous place on that. And, it was a strange thing. FERC used to spend maybe 2 years working on a permit. And then once we issued the permit, we would basically say, you can't use it for 5 months. I think what we all thought was perhaps it was time to revisit that. For all intents and purposes, I think we left in place when a project actually affects a directly affected landowner, and when that eminent domain tool is available and there is an agreement, we voted on orders that give that landowner the right to either be heard by the commission or a court. And that's what's really important, is that, I don't think eminent domain is a partisan issue at all. It's something that, it's one of the hardest decisions we make, I think, as a commissioner. And I feel good about where we landed on that. Back to you.
I think the only thing I'd add to that is that we are entrusted to act in the public interest, and that means we need to take account of all public comments and on all of those factors there, and it's important for us to be accountable when it comes to judicial scrutiny for what we do. So this was a particular order where we had unnecessary delay baked into the system, and I think we found the right balance of being able to have a common sense solution that's able to allow construction to start sooner in areas where we have gone through that thorough review and determined that a certificate is in the public interest while still allowing all those appropriate avenues for review. So getting that balance right to make sure that we can move as quickly as we responsibly can, the tension between speed and efficiency and legal durability on the other side, it's not always perfect to figure out exactly where that line is, but that's something that we're always striving to do, is to get that land right. And I was really proud to work with my colleagues on that decision, because I think that was a really common sense solution we were able to give that helped us strike that balance.
Commissioner C., you've talked about the need to improve gas-electric coordination. This is a problem that's been talked about for a long, long time. Can you talk a little bit about? Can you talk, just for the folks here today and online, talk a little bit about what that issue is to you, why it's important, and what do you see as the biggest opportunities for the commission to act to help improve gas-electric coordination?
Absolutely. So we have two separate sectors in the energy system. We've got the gas system, the network of pipelines, and how all of that system works. And then we have the bulk power system, the transmission wires, everything that's connected there. And for a long time throughout our history as an energy sector, those two have operated separately. They were designed separately. They had different purposes. It's not true anymore that we can talk about two separate sectors. We really see this increasing connection between them. And I think one way to understand that is electricity generators, upwards 40% of them are powered by natural gas. So we really have this increasing interdependence between the two systems. They're not quite designed the same way. They don't always talk to each other the same way. We've seen a lot of improvement in recent years to increase that kind of coordination and conversations between the different industries. One of the things, especially as we're at a Permitate Summit, we always hear, pretty much every week, we've got people in our office telling us how important increased capacity on the gas system is, in particular when it comes to better coordination between the two systems. So infrastructure is critical here, and we need flexible infrastructure to be able to make sure that we have the right incentives and the right products available so that the electricity sector can have fuel security on the natural gas side. Just as a brief example, last month at our open meeting, we approved a certificate project for expansion of a natural gas pipeline system in Wisconsin. And it is exactly the kind of flexible system that a lot of electricity generators have been asking for, because it allows for more compression on the system, more looping that allows for in-pipe storage. That gives a lot of flexibility so that the gas can get where it needs to be, when it needs to be. And a lot of that came out of, I know Commissioner Rosner mentioned MISO earlier on. They recently moved to seasonal accreditation, which has a broader reserve requirement for generators when it comes to winter, especially because of a lot of the threats we've been seeing from extreme winter weather. And so that is one of the things that has led to this particular infrastructure project. We just see a need for that kind of flexibility. So I think there's a lot more room where the commission can be really proactive in helping to speed along those kind of infrastructure permitting decisions that can really give that needed capacity and flexibility.
And I'm gonna, I think you said it all on gas electric. I'm gonna riff off of that to say electric. We're very focused on getting the gas infrastructure that the country needs, that's needed. But at the same time, we're seeing huge challenges on getting access to the transmission system. And let me give you an example. In PJM, that's the part of the country that we're in, the grid operator there, we fast-tracked 51 new sources of generation. One of those plants, it was a natural gas combined cycle, 1,400 megawatts, located in Ohio. The upgrades needed to connect that plant to the grid, it it was $1.2 billion worth of upgrades, over 150 miles of either new or reconductored 345,000 volt transmission. That, to me, says we also need a lot more transmission infrastructure in this country, and we kind of need both. This is kind of common sense, but if you're going to have gas power plants, you need gas pipelines, you need storage, you need to be able to flexibly use that system. If you want to grow the electric grid and serve more new sources of demand, we also need to make sure that our transmission system is up to the task.
We're already at time, but I do want to take one more minute to ask you one quick question. And this is, you said in your testimony earlier today in front of the House Energy and Commerce Committee, Commissioner Rosner, we are staying laser focused on energy affordability. Can you touch on, just in one quick minute, each of you touch on just how you're thinking about affordability and what you're doing at the Commission right now to address that?
All right. So a couple different ways, and it'll be real fast. If you want more details, my testimony's online or come visit. But first of all, we have a problem of supply exceeding demand, and the answer to that is to build. And it means really build 3 times over. And so we need more transmission, we need more generation, we need the infrastructure to support both. So that's one. The second one is we've had a steady stream of tech companies come in and testify in front of our commission about how to connect new large loads like data centers to the grid. What they say is, we'd like to go fast and we'd like to pay for it. And so we have a string of different FERC orders to let them do that. I'm really encouraged that a bipartisan set of 13 governors and the White House, Democrats and Republicans, have all agreed on one way to do that in PJM. And that's something that I'm look forward to considering if and when PJM files it. And in interest of time, I'll just stop there for now.
Affordability is critical. And I think it can feel in tension because we're saying that we need to build new generators and new capacity, and that's absolutely true, and that's absolutely expensive. So one of the things I think we're trying to do is it picks up on a theme that you mentioned earlier is doing everything we can to encourage doing more with the existing systems we have, whether that's advanced transmission technologies. That's incredibly important to make sure we're making smart investments and getting the most out of what we have before we're building more. And then the last thing that I'll say is again, where you ended, we have a core responsibility to make sure that we have just and reasonable rates. That makes sure that those who benefit from services are the ones who pay from them. Historically, we've seen kind of load growth grow in a really diffuse and incremental way, and we've had certain rules to meet our core mandate. Now we have huge spikes in load growth from data centers and otherwise. Our mandate doesn't change. We still have to make sure that those who are benefiting from services are the ones paying from them. I think that in this moment, we need to be open to nimble and innovative solutions, but that still move in that predictable and transparent way when we're doing something new with our core mandate, but that's given those sort of predictable rules of the roads that we have that sort of certainty for the investment we need.
Thank you very much for joining us today, Commissioner C. and Commissioner Rosner. Please join me in thanking them. And I also want to introduce and bring to the stage my colleague and friend, Margaret Spellings, the President and CEO of the Bipartisan Policy Center.
Thank you, David. I was introduced one time and the introduction went, after our last panelist, me, free margaritas will be served in the lobby. So you're about to, I don't know that it's margaritas, but free something is here. But I'm Margaret Spellings, as David said, and I'm the president of the Bipartisan Policy Center. I get to be, and we have heard today just an impressive lineup of members on this topic we care so much about, and that is bipartisan permitting reform legislation. So thanks to everybody who participated in these panels today. I also want to thank David Hill and Zan Fishman and the BPC team who put this event together, and I hope you found it meaningful. We're here because we know that permitting reform is essential to an affordable, reliable energy supply. Never more important than now. And at BPC, we specialize in bringing diverse perspectives together to craft solutions that can get across the line. And our colleagues at BPC Action, our C4 sister organization, Michelle Stockwell, really are so credible on the Hill, and we're a small but mighty engine of do-gooding, especially around these issues that we're very bullish on this year. It's now my pleasure to introduce our final panel of the day, featuring two well-known, very effective, esteemed senators. First, both members of the Senate Energy Committee, Senators Dave McCormick and Senator John Hickenlooper. First, my friend, Senator Dave McCormick from Pennsylvania. He serves on the Energy and Natural Resources Committee and is the chairman of the Subcommittee on Energy. A West Point graduate and former Army captain in the 82nd Airborne. He served in the Gulf War before transitioning into business and public service. He's led technology and financial firms and served at senior levels at U.S. Treasury Department and in the national security arenas. He recently hosted Pennsylvania's first Energy and Innovation Summit, I bet some of you all were there, which focused on America's next era of energy dominance, focused on technological leadership, and included the need for permitting reform, our topic today. Also so privileged to have Senator John Hickenlooper from Colorado with us, who also serves on the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee, and previously served as the governor of Colorado, the mayor of Denver, and most importantly, opened the first brew pub in Colorado. Senator Hickenlooper is a strong voice on permitting reform through his legislation like the Big Wires Act and the Speed of Reliability Act, which laid the groundwork for the transmission sections of the Bipartisan Energy Permitting Reform Act last Congress. Thank you, senators, for your leadership. You show that bipartisanship is possible and essential. And now I'd like to introduce Rich Powell, the CEO of the Clean Energy Buyers Association. CEBA is a business association with more than 375 members, including the world's largest energy buyers and their partners across all sectors, dedicated to advancing low-cost, reliable, emissions-free global electricity systems. Their members represent more than $38 billion in market capitalization, and they are a sponsor, a proud sponsor of today's summit. We appreciate Rich and our partners and friends at CEBA. And with that, Rich, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Margaret, and all of our terrific friends at the Bipartisan Policy Center here today. It is wonderful to see so many great friends and colleagues and board members in the audience as well. So that sort of ups the ante for me. Again, my name's Rich Powell. I have the privilege of leading the Clean Energy Buyers Association. As Margaret said, we represent the very largest corporate energy purchasers in the country, and everyone is united with the common goal of low-cost, reliable, carbon emissions-free electricity systems globally. Here in the United States, we spend a tremendous amount of time thinking about our grid and keeping that grid affordable and reliable, especially as we go through this period of incredible economic growth and opportunity across our membership. We obviously have a few members that are driving just an absolutely enormous amount of growth by putting in new high-tech infrastructure around the country, but we also represent advanced manufacturers of all kinds, large retailers, large petrochemical facilities. If you buy a lot of electricity, you're probably on the board of CEBA. And so I am delighted to be here in conversation about the prospects for federal permitting reform with two of the great leaders on this topic in the United States Senate. At CEBA, we think a couple things very quickly about this. We think that a deal is there that could cover both improvements to our permitting systems, faster adjudication, and importantly, more transmission, an enormous amount of additional transmission in the system. And we think that time is of the essence for this deal. If we think back to the last time we passed real deal energy policy in this country, the Energy Act, real deal bipartisan energy policy in this country, the Energy Act of 2020, that was on the floor of the United States Senate in March of the second year of that Congress, and it had already seen House passage in the previous year. So I think that we have a matter of weeks, not months, to get really serious about this if we're going to advance it. So now that I've led the witnesses here, we'll see what we think about the prospects for this. I'm told we have relatively limited time, so I'm going to skip the glowing introductions on this. I think, as Margaret said, both of you, or everyone here knows that these two amazing leaders have been really driving this conversation. Senator Hickenlooper, obviously, with your amazing work on both transmission and on the co-location issue, and Senator from the greatest state, with no disrespect to Colorado, as a fellow Pennsylvanian, I have to say, the great state of Pennsylvania has been such a leader on driving this opportunity of massive economic massive economic expansion and opportunity. For example, with your incredibly successful summit, bringing together the energy producers and the data center operators and the AI infrastructure in Pennsylvania. So why don't we start with transmission? Why don't we start with transmission? And maybe Senator Hickenlooper, I'll start with you. Too often, I think, this topic has become one that is linked up in just one part of the conversation about additional energy. And so it's become very much a conversation about how do we onboard just some sources of carbon-free electricity. So how do we onboard just more wind and solar into our system? And it's been very tied to that. And I wonder what you think about transmission and where the benefits of transmission can flow generally.
So thank you, Rich, and thanks for doing this. And the bipartisan policy group is, the gold mark, the gold standard in trying to figure out how to get things done here. And Senator McCormick is a model, has a even more varied history in life than I do, and therefore is also a great collaborator in getting things done. I want to depoliticize a lot of this energy discussion, right? There's not Democratic energy or Republican energy. There's electrons are not affiliated, to my knowledge. We need a lot more energy. There can be no arguing that fact, and we need to do a lot of things at once. And as you point out, we can't kind of just, kind of have a timeline that does one step at a time, and we kind of look at, and maybe we'll get a rough draft done by November and kind of hope we can massage it through. That's not going to work. And if you look at the increasing demand, this is an order of magnitude more demand than what we're used to, and it's coming like a 18-wheeler down the highway right at us, and we've got to move. We need transmission. Without question, we have to dramatically expand our transmission, but we also have to make sure that, I'm a quick one to say that when this country makes a commitment, signs a contract with an energy producer of any kind, whether it's, oil and gas or whether it's wind or whether it's solar, we should honor those contracts so that we know what's coming. And every business relies on that level of trust, and we've got to make sure we do that. But again, even as we're making sure we get all those contracts fulfilled, we got a lot of work to do.
Senator McCormick, thoughts on transmission, and also any thoughts on the point around permitting certainty, energy certainty for energy projects?
Yeah. Well, first, great to be with you. Thanks, Rich. And Senator Hickenlooper and I are not only good colleagues but good friends. So, and this kind of conversation, I think, is the spirit of what needs to happen in general here. But if you'll just permit me, I want to step back for a minute and talk about the moment we're in. Because the moment we're in has a lot to do with whether we're going to get permitting reform. And the moment we're in, to be bold, I think, is to say it's the most consequential moment in probably the history of our country. It's like the Industrial Revolution, but on steroids. If you want to be extreme, you might say it's perhaps the most consequential moment in the history of humankind. And by that I mean what's happening with AI, what's happening with the technology and the speed with which you're seeing that changes is having huge consequences for the way our society works, the way productivity works, the way national security and the risk of national security. It's the most fundamental change in our lifetimes for sure. And you can't say AI and the AI revolution without saying energy and the energy revolution. Those two things go hand in hand. So they're inextricably linked. And if you believe that this is happening, whether we like it or not, and that we have to guide it, lead it, channel it to make sure it brings the most benefit to America, to our security, to lifting all boats and having whatever benefits there are spread across the population, but also having any risk mitigated. If you believe that, then there has to be a national strategy for dealing with it. And that's going to be highly dependent on energy. In fact, that's the area where we perhaps lag the most in the AI revolution, is the energy necessary to produce it. So if you frame the problem like that, then our energy production capability needs to triple, and we're still behind China in terms of its capacity, and that needs to be an all of the above energy strategy that's embracing all forms of energy, nuclear, natural gas, solar, wind, creates baseload energy, and that's going to require enormous transmission capability to keep up with that energy production. And if you think about it in that way, then the long pole in the tent, one of the things that stands in the way most of being able to lead that revolution is the speed with which we can create that capacity and that transmission capability, and that's why permitting reform is a national imperative. It also has enormous economic benefits because there's $1 trillion of capital that's held up that can't be invested because of the permitting reform. But it's the most important thing, or certainly one of the most important things we could do for this existential moment. And I'm not sure we're going to be able to accomplish it as much as, but I want to frame it like that because the stakes of not getting it right are such a big deal. And I agree, I don't know if it's weeks, but this Congress, we need to take the momentum of the moment, the bipartisan support that we have, and I'm not sure I don't think there's much Senator Hickenlooper would disagree with on what I said. We've done versions of this before, and so finding the path is going to require a level of urgency that I'm not sure we have, but it's important.
Well, just to build on that, so this is, and I keep track, this is the third Congress in a row. We are attempting this, so third time was a charm, I think. But so, you know, the basic terms of that grand bargain, sort of that was initiated 2 Congresses ago, was the idea that we would have broad federal permitting reform, you know, how this stuff's administered, how it's adjudicated, now probably adding into that this energy certainty requirement, and significant transmission reform as well, kind of as a broad package. Do we think this Congress could be different? What could be different this time around that we could maybe get the deal across the finish line? Obviously, we've got this massive national imperative that you just mentioned. Do we think that's enough?
I've always, I spent most of my professional life as a barkeeper, running a bunch of bars. So I look at
that right there is the understatement of the century, right there. That is humble.
I look at this as a real case of focus, and I mean that by we have, and the Senator talked about a moment. Business and politics both demand the alignment of self-interest. And we are at that unique moment where if you're an environmentalist and you're really concerned and full of anxiety about climate change and what can we do and we've got to go faster, or you're someone who's really worried about AI and all the other needs of business, of energy that we need, and how do we get them fast enough, that alignment of those two self-interests overlapping is there. And in my experience, again, often across a bar top, but what gets you off, keeps you from maintaining that alignment is when you lose your focus. You start trying to put this issue in or this issue in. So I think part of our job is we got to go out there and make sure that we keep our fellow senators in both parties with a just religious focus on getting this done. And I think we got to get started in a few weeks. To get it done in this Congress, you've got to start that journey sooner.
I won't add to that. I mean, I think we see it very much the same way.
When
but I've been to bars.
Senator McCormick, maybe coming back to you. I think we've just discussed the broad terms of what that package might look like, but clearly this might well be something that's packaged with a broader set of priorities, maybe a surface transportation bill, for example. You've also been a real champion for additional federal authorities that can speed up heavy investments in this space, federal loan tools and other ways to advance these technologies, both on the infrastructure side and on the energy development side. And and that's obviously can be across the whole range of energy producing technologies. What else do you think might flesh out and fill in a package like that?
If you step back and think about, I'm not saying this is necessarily the legislative package, but if you step back and say strategically, what do you need to win? What do you need to get the acceleration in that moment that we're talking about? You need permitting reform that's going to accelerate the capacity to allocate capital. It's going to give confidence. I agree with the senator. If you're an investor, I was an investor for years, certainty is everything. So if you think that if there's a new president when the next president comes in, that if we have executive orders that haven't been built into law, and that if you're a natural gas investor, that you're at risk, or if you're a wind investor, you're at risk, that's just not tolerable. If you're an investor, you can't have that kind of regulatory uncertainty. So we need legislation as a stepping stone on the way to certainty that will draw in this enormous capital. That's one fundamental thing to win the revolution. The second thing we need is I think, all the support and stimulation for the acceleration of technology development, whether it's nuclear technology, whether it's solar, whether it's natural gas. And that'll happen in the private sector largely, if they're promising, but basic research. Some of the basic research is a role government should play. So I'm a big supporter, I think the governor, or the senator is too, he's been both governor and senator, of NSF funding, of NIH funding, of all these basic research funding that's going to create some of the basic technology that's necessary. And we need to accelerate that because the moment requires it. And then the third thing is a talent point. To win this revolution, we have to have the talent. And in particular, this is taking us back to people who build things, whether it's transmission capability or whether it's production capability, people that are welders and electricians and pipe fitters and steam fitters. These jobs are in huge demand in Pennsylvania. We had this summit, which you mentioned, $92 billion of capital was committed. There's $50 billion of energy infrastructure and $40 billion of data centers. I mean, there's not enough skilled labor to meet that demand. So to meet the moment, I think we need real progress in all three of those things. Obviously, the permitting piece, I think, could go a lot of different ways. I think possibly tying it into the national security imperative associated with AI is a really important way to elevate it and accelerate it, but there's lots of different ways that could happen.
I just want to express huge appreciation for that sentiment about the robust role of the federal government in bringing new technologies onto the market. We at CBO, we've been very, very involved in creating a great big corporate demand signal, now the largest signal in North America for pulling these technologies into the market. That sort of started with wind, and then it became solar, and then it became batteries, and now it's nuclear and gas with CCS and geothermal and advanced hydropower. Much of that hydropower, I think, announced at your summit, actually.
Yeah.
And so, but all that's done in partnership with the U.S. federal government. Every one of those technologies had enormous support coming up and out, and often these things we're doing with direct cost share. So hugely appreciate that sentiment. Certainty. So the new thing that's been added to the pile of this grand bargain this year is the idea of energy certainty. So how do we make sure, to your earlier point, that a project that has either already received a permit and is under construction, or that is at a very late stage of permitting, doesn't have that unduly slowed down or taken away? And I wonder both of your thoughts about, how do you think we could craft something like this that frankly takes back some of Congress's power in this and takes, frankly, away some of the administration's power to make these calls, so that developers have more certainty, so that capital has more certainty, so you don't have multi-year lags and see enormous increases in the cost of capital projects? Do we think that concept is strong enough now to be added to the package? Because that's the new piece. That's newly introduced this Congress.
You're looking at me, so I think that we have to rectify issues where we've interrupted that process of approval and then allowing it to complete. I think that's very important for private sector and industry. It's important politically. I think it's important for the government itself to have that certainty. Again, we have the alignment of self-interest. We recognize we've got to make sure there's transparency, the public is aware of everything. We're going to protect the public. They get a voice in terms of what's going to happen in their community. We're going to do all that stuff, but that only works if there's trust. And the only way you get trust is providing some level of certainty. So the administration's got to commit to it. The Congress, the Senate, I think, is willing to commit to it. Now we just have to do it. We know it's there. We just have to do it.
Yeah, I just go back to the point I made earlier. I used to be an investor, and you're trying to create risk-adjusted returns, maximize risk-adjusted returns. So the more risk you have to build the equation, that brings that risk-adjusted return down, and so you're not going to allocate capital. It's really that simple. I think we have this incredible moment where a lot of these international engagements and negotiations have yielded huge commitments of capital from Japan, from South Korea, from India, and other places, but we have to solidify that certainty for them to make that capital happen. Now, just to be clear on what I was saying before, I think the government can play a role in three things. I think that basic research is hugely important to next generation technology. I think the government should play a role. I've consistently been against subsidizing any source of energy, fossil or not fossil, because I think it distorts the market. Ultimately, if the capability is there, investors will allocate capital. But the thing we should do as government is give them certainty that if they allocate capital, we're the deepest capital markets in the world. If they know they can allocate capital here and they'll have certainty of a regulatory regime, it's going to draw so much capital at a time where we need it to meet the moment. And that's why permitting reform, as you say, 3 things we could do for national security, permitting reform is in the top 3. That's amazing, but that's where it is. It's that important.
Just want to share our excitement, in particular of the announcements from Secretary Lutnick and Secretary Wright, Department of Commerce and the Department of Energy, about this potential massive resource opportunity, this massive build opportunity for technologies like new nuclear on federal land. Could be a game changer in terms of bringing down the cost of those technologies. Okay, we're moving into the lightning round phase now. So I have a final rapid response question for each of you. Can Congress pass a bipartisan permitting reform bill this year? Hopefully I haven't led the witnesses too much on this one. Can Congress do it? Can you do it?
You want me to go first? Of course we can do it, right? I mean, there are lots of obstacles. I think that Congress is beginning and has perhaps finally recognized that this is an imperative. This is a moment, as Senator McCormick says, and we don't have a choice. I mean, we'll do it because we have to do it.
Yeah, and I think the fact that permitting reform was voted out of the House is a huge, important data point. I think the fact that in the last Congress, I wasn't here, but we were very close to permitting reform. I think the politics of this have changed, where people on both sides are saying this is important, and even some of the resistance on both sides to the other's point of view have been softened. So yeah, I do, and I know the leadership of the 2 committees, particularly the EPW committee, Senator Capito she's leading the charge, and I've talked to folks on both sides and in the White House, and I think people realize this is crucial. So not only can we do it, I think we must, and I'm hopeful we will.
Amen. Can you all join me in a round of applause and appreciation for these 2 outstanding leaders? Thank you so much. And I'm now pleased to introduce the great Zan Fishman, who I think is gonna get out of the way of us and margaritas outside. That's right. Okay.
That was wonderful. Thank you so much. We have spent the past 4 hours talking about the bureaucratic process by which the government reviews, evaluates, and approves permits. And somehow there are hundreds of people in this room and hundreds more online who are excited about this topic because this is one of the most bipartisan areas of energy policy right now. So let me tell you what I heard. Number one, I heard that Democrats and Republicans both want to accomplish this goal of having a better, more efficient permitting system. I heard from industry that all different industry types, renewables, fossil fuels, all types of energy want permitting reform. And not only that, they want the same things out of permitting reform. I also heard that there's an environmental case for permitting reform. Because our current permitting system is bad for business and bad for the environment. And we can improve on both if we can improve our permitting system. And if we fail to act, the repercussions are real. We'll have worse environmental outcomes, worse local pollution, worse climate change. We'll have worse economic outcomes. It's bad for businesses. It's bad for households with rising energy costs. And so I'm very optimistic that we can do this. Everyone is singing from basically the same songbook here. And so just to wrap up, I just want to thank a lot of people. First of all, I want to thank all of you for being here and for doing everything that you do to learn, to advocate, to be the people who are out there thinking about permitting reform and making sure everyone else knows that we need to get this done. I want to thank all the speakers who are here, the senators, the members of Congress, the FERC commissioners, the E&GO leaders, the business leaders, our moderators. I want to thank our sponsors, our program level sponsors, Arnold Ventures, Business Roundtable, Clean Energy Buyers Association, the sponsor of our reception, which we're all going to enjoy very soon, the American Council on Renewable Energy, and the Friends of Energy sponsors, Ceres, ClearPath, Information Technology Industry Council, Interstate Natural Gas Association of America, and the Large Public Power Council. And last but not least, I want to thank my BPC team who helped make all this possible. It was a lot of work to get here, a lot of work, and hopefully we did a good job. I want to thank Marcel, I want to thank Morgan, I want to thank Kim, Karen, Catalina, I want to thank everyone else on the energy team, David, Kristen. I want to thank Lori Pickford, who came out of retirement. Actually, she postponed her retirement in order to get us through the first version of this permitting reform summit, which got postponed because of the government shutdown, which is, maybe not the first time government actions have delayed a permitting thing. Lastly, we have 2 hours ahead of us to continue conversation. Please join us all outside. Keep talking about permitting. Have a drink, have some snacks. Thank you all for being here, and we'll see you next time.